Today I'm going to talk a little bit about the book Mary and the Gentleman. I had an idea of a series of Christmas stories set in a little town, but where each of the titles are inspired by the title or a line of some kind from a Christmas carol. Now that could be religious, it could be like "O Come All Ye Faithful" or any of those kinds of things, but it could also just be secular ones. And I happened to be in an author chat where we were we sprint, and so what we do is we set the timer and we write or we edit or we do marketing or whatever for a certain period of time, and at the end of that sprint then we report to each other. It's kind of an accountability, a way of doing our goals. And in this particular case, I had a couple of friends who were there, Wendy Knight and Allison, who publishes under a different name for her romance stuff. She writes under her regular name for fantasy and that kind of thing. So she did a pen name for this. Eleanor Dashmore? No, I think Eleanor was the name. I'm drawing a blank right now. But anyway, and so I happened to mention that I had this idea, and they were excited about it. And so a couple of other authors joined us. And so for that first year, I believe was December of 2020, 5 of us published books in the Huckleberry Falls Holiday Romance series. Well, life happens, and I was the only one who published another book in the series for the following Christmas. And because it can be kind of awkward, I'm book 5 and I'm book 1 and book 6. It's kind of awkward when it comes to marketing. So I went ahead and have created my own Huckleberry Falls series page, but I do refer to the other books in the series because they're people who know each other. Our characters reference each other in it, and so they're still in the Huckleberry Falls world. Well, in this particular time, the town of Huckleberry Falls is in Wyoming, and if you've ever been to Jackson, then you basically know what Huckleberry Falls is, because that's the town that's the inspiration. Because we do the story inspired by a community, we can take what we want from the community and then just make up the rest for ourselves. And that's kind of what we've done here. Well, in this first book, Mary and the Gentleman, I've set up the female love interest. Her name is Mary. She was born on Christmas Day. That was kind of inspired by my own mother, who was born on Christmas Day. And she's a widow. Unfortunately, the accident that killed her husband also took her father, which actually is the setup for the second book, because that book, A Christmas Waltz for Linda, is her mother's second chance romance, since the two women dealt with their widowhood together. And so that's kind of a lead up into this one, and the whole question of where do you find the balance when you're falling in love with somebody but who has responsibilities in one place, you have responsibilities where you live, and they don't blend. How do you make that work? And so I guess that's the basic story question for Mary and the Gentleman. I hope you enjoy it.
Mary and the Gentleman, Huckleberry Falls Holiday Romance, Book 1, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. "He's the handsomest man I've seen all season," Trish Johnson said with a sigh. "He's too young for me, but you should try to get his attention." It took all of Mary's self-control to only give a weak smile and take another snip from the woman's short white hair. The ladies who came into the La Chevelure hair salon were always trying to set Mary up, usually with visiting men they'd noticed around Huckleberry Falls. As a tourist destination, it turned out to be a lot. "Mary Hurst, you listen to me," Trish persisted. "He's a real gentleman and offered me his arm to help me walk across the street. He had just a hint of an English accent. That's just what you need, my dear, to go along with your mother's dress business. A sophisticated man." She wiggled her brows knowingly. "I'm glad to hear he has manners." Mary doubted the woman understood the inadvertent insult to Ray. Mary's late husband had only been a rancher's son, and a wonderful husband and father. She fluffed Trish's hair one more time and asked, "How's that?" The woman gave an impatient sniff. "It's perfect, as usual." Before she could talk about the man some more, Mary handed Trish a mirror and turned the chair around so she could see the back of her head. With Mary's back to the wall, she faced Ellie's station and the corners of her friend's mouth quirked up. Divorced a few months, she was getting used to people trying to set her up, too. Mary glanced out the wall of windows, which had an amazing view of the Teton Mountains behind the town square. In her opinion, it was the best thing about the salon's location. The owner did have a flair for creating an upscale salon environment as well as styling hair, but she was a bear to work for. "It's fine." Trish handed back the mirror. "I really want you to meet this man. I hear he's not staying at one of the fancy hotels. He chose a room in Lisbeth and Bart's bed and breakfast." "I do appreciate you looking out for me," Mary said, undoing the cape on the woman's shoulders. "But I'm really not in the market for another man. It'll have been 2 years in January, and little Alex needs a father in his life," Trish insisted as she rose from the chair. The woman's comment hit one of Mary's worries. She bit back a retort. Her son was her life, and she understood all too well how much he missed his father and grandfather. "Now, don't look at me like that. I have a hunch about this man and you." Tapping her temple, Trish leaned closer and whispered, "I have an instinct for these things." "I appreciate your concern." Mary indicated the front counter and headed that way. "You're too young to spend the rest of your life alone." Trish followed her. Mary knew the woman too well. If she didn't put this to rest, the dear woman wouldn't let it go. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" she teased. Trish blinked in surprise. "Heavens, no! Why ever would you think that?" "Because every man you've tried to set me up with is a visitor here. I've already told you I'm not moving out of Huckleberry Falls, so there's no point in trying to match me up with a man who won't stay here." Mary ran the woman's card through the machine. "We both know I have limited options, even if I were interested in marrying again, which I'm not." Trish waved away the comment. "That's the good thing. This gentleman is setting up a business here. And he's so classy. Tall, dark, and handsome, and the most gorgeous brown eyes. And he wears nice clothes, too." She fanned herself and glanced back at Mary as she turned toward the door. So much for discouraging her. That was the most effusive the woman had been about a man she wanted to set Mary up with. She went back to her station to clean up. Trish had proclaimed herself Huckleberry Falls' matchmaker. It was unfortunate the older woman had selected Mary as her next project. Mary was checking her schedule when the salon owner stepped into the room. "I need a couple of volunteers to help with the Festival of Trees in December." Alice Smith's gaze went to Mary first. "With so many visitors, it's great advertising." "What's involved?" another hairdresser asked. "We can't cut hair there." "I'd like to showcase services we offer here besides hair," Alice said, still looking at Mary. "Like nail art." Mary glanced at her own finger, which she'd painted with a fall leaf, and knew immediately why her boss was looking at her. She'd gotten a bit of a reputation for doing artistic nails on the side. It was a fun outlet, but not something she wanted to do all the time. "We don't do nail art, though," she said carefully. "It's a service I'd like the salon to offer, so I've reserved a booth for you. I'd like to have one of you other stylists do makeup for the ladies and face painting for the children." Two other hairdressers asked questions, and Alice gave her attention to them. Mary let out a slow breath. Alice hadn't even asked if Mary would be available that day. The owner finished answering everyone's questions and swept from the room. Ellie frowned and met Mary's gaze. Also a single parent, Ellie had to juggle work and family. She'd mentioned more than once wanting to someday own her own shop. It was times like this Mary agreed with her. Not that she'd do it herself, not while her son was young. By the time Mary finished up her shift, her feet ached and her body itched. She stopped by her house for a quick shower to get rid of the hair. With Halloween in 2 days, she'd promised to take her son to the community center for the scarecrow-making event. She almost forgot the bag of canned goods for the food drive and had to run back in to grab them. When Mary opened the door of the Happy Ducklings daycare, she found her son waiting near the front counter with his new friend, Grace. They'd only known each other a week and were already best buds. Mary couldn't help smiling at the way they stood chattering away with each other, holding hands. It was the closest thing she'd ever seen of someone finding a kindred spirit. Mary went to the counter to check her son out. "Hi, Millie," she said to the owner, who was handing Alex his jacket. "Mama!" Alex grabbed it and ran to the half door, which kept children from coming into the reception area. He dragged Grace along with him. She raised a shy hand and waved. "Good evening, Grace," Mary waved back. The little girl's curls were reminiscent of a young Shirley Temple. Mary wondered if the child's mother had considered entering her daughter in the contest for Christmas Fairy. Add some wings and glitter, and she'd be perfect. "Can Grace come with us to build scarecrows?" Alex asked. "Isn't her family already going?" Alex shook his head. "Please, she's never been." The door opened behind them, and Mary glanced over her shoulder. A dark-haired man wearing an expensive overcoat and shoes that screamed money had entered, his attention focused on his phone. "Papa!" Grace cried. So, this was her father. Usually her nanny picked her up. The man glanced up from his phone, and his gaze landed on his daughter. When he noticed how close she stood to Alex, he raised one of his eyebrows, but said nothing. Barely glancing at Mary, he stepped to the computer used for checking children in and out. "Come, Grace, we must hurry." He had a hint of an English accent, which might have something to do with his daughter's advanced vocabulary. Grace didn't sound like a child just shy of 5. It made Mary think of Trish Johnson's Perfect Gentleman. Was this him? He barely acknowledged Millie Bartholomew, the daycare owner, standing behind the counter. So, not such a gentleman after all. "But, Papa, it's a charity. It helps people." Grace gave him a pleading look, but he was paying attention to his phone. It about broke Mary's heart. "Another time, perhaps." The man had put away his phone and taken her hand. "But it's only tonight, and I must go with Alex." Grace jerked her hand free. Looking surprised, her father turned to face her. "I don't have time to go to a charity event." "She's welcome to come with us," Mary offered. "And who might you be?" His disdainful tone made her stiffen. "She's my mother, Mary Noel Hurst," Alex said proudly. "Mary Noel?" Grace asked, her bright eyes on Mary. "That's so pretty. She was Grammy's Christmas present." Before Alex could tell Mary's total life story, which he was prone to do, she put her hand on top of his head. "We're going to the Make a Scarecrow food drive at the community center," she explained. "Grace is more than welcome to join us. Alex had already invited her before you arrived." The man glanced at Millie, who smiled. "I know Mary Hurst very well. She's lived in Huckleberry Falls all her life. She's a good, upstanding citizen and a wonderful mother. The middle-aged woman got a twinkle in her eyes. She's also a widow. Mary and the man both scowled at her. Millie didn't look repentant at all, and added in the way of an introduction, "Grace's father is Mr. Carlisle Wyndham." "Carlisle Alexander Wyndham," Grace corrected and gave Alex the most adorable grin. "I told you, Papa has your name." "We really must go, Grace," her father said firmly, but Mary didn't miss how the corner of his mouth twitched. The guy was dressed like he was heading for a meeting. She recognized the brand of expensive cologne he wore as one sold at Neiman Marcus. She could have made her house payment for a month with what a single bottle cost. Mary only knew because she'd sold perfume at a mall while putting herself through beauty school. Her experience there with uppity people had given her a disdain for most wealthy people who threw their money around on such frivolous things as $1,000 bottles of cologne. She was about to tell Alex that Grace couldn't go, but the disappointed expression on the little girl's face stopped Mary. "Really, Mr. Wyndham, we'd be happy to bring Grace with us. All Alex has talked about this week is her." "Please, Papa, please." Grace clutched her little hands to her chest and scrunched up her face. How could he refuse her? "I have a meeting I must attend, and Mrs. Henderson has the night off." "I don't want to go to a meeting with you," Grace whined. "How late do you think you'll be, Mary?" Millie asked. "We're open tonight until 8, so you could drop Grace back here when you're done. Then Mr. Wyndham can pick her up." "Last year it only took us an hour." Mary met the man's gaze, her brows raised. Carlisle glanced between the woman and her son, stopping when he came to Grace's pleading little face. He'd promised her mother not to lose sight of what was important. His daughter knew when she'd won and clapped her hands. "I can come, I can come!" Grace and young Alex clasped hands and danced around, Grace's papers fluttering to the floor. "You didn't say anything," Mrs. Hurst said with a soft laugh as she bent over to collect the pictures. "She could tell from the look on your face." "Sadly, yes." He took the pages from her. "Make sure you don't play poker around her then," she said. He frowned, confused. "If a 4-year-old child can read your face, she'd take you for every penny you've got." "Then it's fortunate I don't play cards." He extended his hand to her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Hurst." "You too," the woman said, taking his hand. She had a good grip, something he'd come to appreciate since transplanting to the U.S. A wisp of long brown hair had escaped her knit cap. While she looked tired, she also had a twinkle in her hazel eyes, as though she found him amusing. What a curious woman. Carlisle quickly typed in a text to change his meeting, and then turned to her. "Now, if you'll tell me where to find this event, my daughter and I will be on our way."
"But I want to go with Alex."
Grace stomped her foot. Appalled at her disgraceful behavior, Carlisle was about to reprimand her, but Mrs. Hurst knelt to face his daughter. "Isn't it wonderful your father could change his meeting so he can take you?" The woman brushed aside a strand of his daughter's hair, in much the same way Grace's mother used to do. "We can wave at you there." Mrs. Hurst stood and said to Carlisle, "It's at the community center behind City Hall. That's near the train station. Bye, Grace."
"But, Mama,"
her son began, but Mrs. Hurst quickly took his hand. Before his daughter could throw another tantrum, the woman had hurried her son from the building. Had he somehow offended her? He glanced down at Grace, who stared after her little friend, her bottom lip protruding in a pout. So much had happened since the accident, and both he and she were still adapting. It clearly meant a great deal to her to spend an hour with the boy. "Let's hurry and catch up with your friend," he said, holding out a hand to Grace, "so we can sit by them." His daughter rewarded him with one of her brilliant smiles. She took his hand and practically pulled him outside. "Excuse me, Mrs. Hurst," he called when she stepped away from a small SUV where she'd been buckling in her son. She turned to face him, shooting his daughter a quick glance and him a meaningful look. It seemed to question his sanity when she'd given him a quick escape. "Grace would so love to do this scarecrow with her friend," he said, trying to sound as apologetic as he could. "If you would be so kind as to permit us to sit near you."
"Yes, Mama,"
Alex cried. "Please?"
"Please?"
Grace echoed. "Of course, you're welcome to sit with us." Mrs. Hurst glanced at her car and over at his bright red sports car. "Is that yours?"
"Yes."
"Then you should either follow us or ride with us. I even have an extra car seat in the back," Mrs. Hurst said. Before Carlisle could respond, Grace was already moving toward the Hurst vehicle.
"Come, Papa, I want to ride with Alex."
Knowing how nasty car seats could get from sticky child fingers, Carlisle had to bite back a grimace. He opened the passenger door for Grace, surprised at the cleanliness. Mrs. Hurst opened the driver's door and mumbled, "I'm kind of a clean freak."
"For which I'm grateful."
"I understand completely." She slid into her seat. Chapter 2. Mary wanted to smile as she watched Grace's father buckle her into the seat. From his neatly pressed slacks, barely showing wrinkles, to his carefully groomed dark hair, Carlisle Wyndham seemed a fastidious man. She had a feeling the poor man would break out in hives if he were ever to visit her brother's house with his 3 young children and their ever-sticky hands. Mary had missed them since they'd moved to California last summer. Mr. Wyndham buckled himself in, surreptitiously checking out the interior of her car. Was he afraid he'd catch some disease in here? Once again, she had to fight a grin. That would be rude. Besides, this had to be Trish's sophisticated gentleman, and his daughter was Alex's new best friend. Mary had a responsibility to play nice. So she kept the snark out of her voice when she asked, "Did you find everything all right?"
"Yes, actually."
The man didn't look abashed at her subtle reprimand, but his cheeks flushed a little. Mary started the car and glanced over her shoulder before backing out. Mr. Wyndham also looked back, watching his daughter, who chatted away with Alex. How long would the Wyndhams be in Huckleberry Falls? Mary hoped they'd hang around through Christmas. Alex would be crushed to lose his little friend too soon. He'd already begun talking about showing Grace the holiday events. The town knew how to throw a party, and they'd turned December into one big celebration. The residents went out of their way to make the Christmas activities memorable. "Are you only visiting Huckleberry Falls?" Mary asked.
"No, I expect to be here for a year or 2, possibly more."
Mary wondered where he and his daughter were staying, and then remembered Trish had mentioned the Williamses' B&B. How interesting that he'd choose that rather than one of the more expensive hotels. Not that it was any of her business. "What do you do for a living?" Only after she'd asked did it occur to her he might not have to work.
"I'm a product developer."
Mr. Wyndham glanced at her and then looked away.
"I'm working with Gretchen Blaze on an avalanche transceiver system."
Wow, this guy really did run in wealthy groups if he knew the famous actress who owned the local ski resort. But it also spoke highly of him, since the woman was well-liked in town. Mary had never met her, but Gretchen Blaze had a reputation as a fair boss who also supported local charities. The Edelweiss Resort always donated a tree to the festival and brought in a lot of money. "What made you interested in something like that?" A flash of pain crossed his face, and she quickly added, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude on something personal." He opened his mouth as though he meant to say something, but gave his head a little shake instead. Only then did Mary realize the children had stopped talking in the back seat.
"Mama's beacon got broke. She died."
Grace said, her voice sad. The words were almost rote, as though she'd heard them many times from the adults around her. But Papa is going to fix it so other people don't die too. I'm so sorry for your loss, Mary said, surprised the child understood so much. Or perhaps it was because her father seemed to have turned his grief into something positive. It piqued Mary's curiosity, and she reminded herself it was none of her business. She didn't like talking about the car crash which had taken her husband and her father, either. "Grace, do you know what a scarecrow is?" Mary asked to change the subject, glancing at the little girl through the rearview mirror.
"Oh, yes,"
she said with a sweet voice, her little face lifting.
"Miss Millie read us a story about a lonely scarecrow who was so sad because he can't make friends with the birds and animals." "I told her about the scarecrow in the movie," Alex piped in. "She's never seen The Wizard of Oz. I said she can come to our house and watch it, and we'll make popcorn balls." He looked at Grace and added, "I'm going to be the Cowardly Lion for Halloween." "I'm going to be a fairy, but Papa won't let me go trick-or-treating."
"We'll be in New York," Mr. Wyndham said with a scowl, "and I'll take you to a few homes of people we know."
"But you always talk about boring business stuff with them." "You could go trick-or-treating with us next year. We know everyone in Huckleberry Falls,"
Alex said, and then went into a description of what he wanted to be next year. "We don't really know everyone here," Mary said, trying not to laugh at her son's enthusiasm. "Though my mother used to. The city has doubled in size since I was born. I'm glad the powers that be are working hard to keep the small town feel while growing the Swiss theme. I think that's why we have so many visitors." She pulled into the busy parking lot of the community center.
"It's a charming town, I must say, considering this crowd. It would have been difficult to miss that some kind of event was going on tonight."
Mr. Wyndham glanced at her for the first time since she'd asked about his development project.
"Thank you for inviting us to come with you. This means a great deal to Grace."
"It's our pleasure. I'm glad you could rearrange your schedule to accommodate her. They're little for such a short time." Mary unlocked the doors and went around to help Alex from his car seat, while Mr. Wyndham did the same for his daughter. Mary then grabbed the box from the back of her SUV. "You'll find the people of Huckleberry Falls take their scarecrow making very seriously," she said. "After tonight's event, many of the scarecrows will end up on Main Street in front of the stores where the children go trick-or-treating."
"I can carry that for you."
"If you want." Mary handed him the heavy box. "And I'll keep track of the children." She extended a hand to each of them. They made their way along with the throng from the parking lot into the building. When they reached the tables at the entrance, she looked inside the box and pulled out the large bag of canned goods she'd put together that morning.
"What's this?"
Mr. Wyndham asked from beside her. "The purpose of the event is a fundraiser for the local food bank. The price of admission is canned goods, or $20, which they then use to buy canned goods." When he put down the box and reached for his wallet, Mary put a hand on his arm and said, "I brought lots of food."
"This is a good cause. I'm happy to contribute."
Mary agreed and didn't argue further. He pulled out several $50 bills and handed them over. Was he flaunting his wealth? Her mother's dress shop customers included a lot of wealthy clients, and some had entitlement issues. Her mother had always told Mary it was unfair to judge people when she'd complained about their attitudes. She'd tried to see them as her mother did, but too many of them had still managed to intimidate Mary. So she'd gone to cosmetology school instead. And Mr. Wyndham had done a good thing by donating so much money. It was lucky for the food bank that he'd changed his schedule to make his daughter happy. Carlisle followed Mrs. Hurst and sighed. As her son had said, she seemed to know everyone, stopping to chat with people.
"Mary,
A deep male voice called from behind them. Carlisle turned to find 3 young men, one of them practically a giant, striding toward them. "Ezra!" Mary gave the young man with horn-rimmed glasses a hug, while Alex clung to his leg. "How long can you stay?"
"We're just passing through." Ezra picked up Alex. "I couldn't come this close to Huckleberry Falls and not see my favorite cousins."
"Right." Mary glanced at Carlisle. "Mr. Wyndham, this is my cousin, Ezra Savage." She pointed to the giant of a man beside him. "This is his brother-in-law, Coop Montgomery, and this is Trace Barton. They live in northern Washington, where Ezra's dad owns a castle." "A castle?" Grace interrupted before Carlisle could respond.
"Manners,"
he whispered, putting down the box and picking her up. "Sorry, Papa."
"It's all right."
He extended a hand to each of the men.
"Do you all work at the castle?" "Coop's the head gardener, and Trace is his assistant. I do the programming and web design."
Ezra pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Carlisle.
"You ought to bring your daughter to see it. We have an authentic Victorian village and a Native American village."
"There's a ghost!"
Alex cried. The big man, Coop, grinned at the boy, though Ezra and Trace exchanged glances and shook their heads.
"A ghost?" Grace whispered in Carlisle's ear. "There's no such thing as ghosts, lovey."
"Have you talked to my mother yet?" Mrs. Hurst asked Ezra.
"Who do you think told us you'd be here?"
Ezra ruffled Alex's hair.
"She's putting us up for the night. Come by when you're done here."
"Can we?"
Alex asked. "Yes, but we can't stay late. You have school tomorrow."
"See you later."
Ezra waved, and the 3 men left.
"A castle?"
Carlisle asked as Mrs. Hurst led the way to a table. "Some distant relative made it rich during the gold rush," she said, removing Alex's coat. "He had the family castle dismantled and brought to America."
"With a family name like Savage, it must be an Irish castle."
Carlisle set down the box and put Grace's coat on the back of one of the folding chairs. "Yep, and they have fun playing up the Irish ghost who was supposed to have come with it. It's just a lot of fun, nothing too scary."
"I'm glad to hear it."
Carlisle scanned the room. It seemed the community center had been constructed to accommodate a variety of events, with its stage on one end and what looked like a kitchen to the side. "Have you seen many castles?" Mrs. Hurst asked. Carlisle glanced at her, wary. It wasn't often Americans recognized his name. Did she know who he was?
"It's difficult not to see castles in England."
His phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, thinking it would be his assistant. To his surprise, it was Grace's nanny, Mrs. Henderson. She'd taken the evening off to visit her sister, who'd been feeling unwell.
"My sister had a stroke, and I'm needed here to watch her children. I'm so sorry, but I have no idea how long I'll be gone. You should find someone else to tend Grace. I hate to leave you in the lurch like this, but family comes first."
"Is everything all right?" Mrs. Hurst asked, watching him with concern.
"Just an inconvenience,"
Carlisle said as he typed a quick reply.
"My housekeeper's sister had a stroke."
"You call a stroke an inconvenience?" He glanced up to find the woman staring at him, disbelieving. His face went warm at his insensitivity.
"Poor word choice. It's obviously much more than an inconvenience for her and her sister. I meant an inconvenience for me, as I must seek a new nanny."
He pocketed his phone again and pointed to the box.
"What do we do now?"
Mrs. Hurst looked like she wanted to say something more. He was glad when she started pulling out clothing from the box instead. "The businesses on Main Street provide the stands for the scarecrows. I'll go get them while you take out the clothes in the box." The woman hurried off to the side, where she approached a tall, pregnant woman. As they chatted, Mrs. Hurst said something, and the 2 women laughed. Mrs. Hurst's rang with a joyous sound. It carried a brightness which appeared to be contagious. She glanced his way and then waved him over.
Come, children.
Carlisle took their hands and led them to the waiting women. Annie has the great idea to have one of our scarecrows be a chef at her pastry shop, Mrs. Hurst said. She provided some special accessories.
What's a chef?
Alex asked.
A cook,
Grace said.
Grandpapa has one.
This is Annie Montgomery, the owner of Torta al Chicolato, Mrs. Hurst said. Most people in town just call it torta.
Chocolate cake? Carlisle asked, surprised at the Italian name in a town with a Swiss theme.
Yes, the pregnant woman said. My parents fell in love with the Swiss-Italian region and wanted to open a bakery based on what they'd seen. We also import Swiss chocolate and candies. And you are? Oh, I'm sorry. This is Mr. Wyndham. Mary met his gaze, looking sheepish. Double laps. I forgot your first name.
Carlisle.
He extended his hand to the pastry shop owner.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Montgomery. Is your husband here as well?
He's deployed. That's why things have been so crazy, having to care for the business and 3 children by myself.
You have my sympathies. Single parenting isn't easy.
He glanced at Mrs. Hurst.
Do you have everything we need to begin?
I'll grab one base and you can bring the other. Alex and Grace, grab one of my belt loops. She glanced back at Mrs. Montgomery. We'll bring these to the shop so you don't have to worry about it. Thank you. The woman darted a glance at him and looked back at Mrs. Hurst, her eyebrows raised in query. Mary gave the slightest of shoulder shrugs. Obviously, Carlisle needed to get around town and meet more of the people. He followed Mrs. Hurst back to the table where the children scrambled into their chairs so they could reach the boxes.
See?
Alex held up a pair of overalls.
You use old clothes for the scarecrows. These used to be mine, but I got too big.
Grace had taken a garment from the box and tried to hold it up, but it was too large for her. Let me help, honey. Mrs. Hurst took the dress and held it up.
That's Grammy's. She doesn't need it any more,
Alex said. I think we can put the chef's coat and hat over Grammy's clothes. Mrs. Hurst turned to Carlisle and asked, Mr. Wyndham, would you mind going over there and getting us some straw? I brought netting for the arms and legs.
Call me Carlisle, please,
he said. And I'm Mary. Her smile brightened her features even more. She truly was a merry person. By the time Carlisle returned with a bundle of hay, he wondered if he should have changed his clothes before coming. Had he known he'd be attending such an event, he'd never have worn his dress coat. The thought brought to mind one of his grandfather's lectures on proper dress for families that were members of the peerage. What would the old man say if he could see Carlisle now? It made him chuckle. What are you laughing at? Mary asked as she tied something around the crossbar for the tall scarecrow's frame. We want in on the joke. At first, Carlisle wasn't going to tell her, but the 3 happy and expectant faces loosened his lips. He set down the pile of hay and extended his arms from his sides. Grace giggled.
You can be the scarecrow, Papa.
Oh, dear. Mary's expression had turned serious, but he detected the hint of a twinkle in her eyes. I never even considered what the hay would do to your cashmere coat. I'm so sorry.
It will be fine.
Carlisle found it interesting that she recognized it as cashmere. Did it make him a snob to consider that a middle-class woman might not? He pushed the thought aside.
What would you have me do?
Take off your coat, for one. Alex and Grace, you can stuff hay into the netting for the arms and legs for the child scarecrow. See, like they're doing at the next table. Mary paused her own stuffing of a pillowcase with a face painted on it. Carlisle, you can help me get the head on this guy. After carefully folding his coat over his chair, he stepped beside her. He held the stuffed bag head on top of the long pole while she tied it into place.
Did you paint this?
He asked, impressed as he examined it more closely. Yes, I like to tinker. She raised one hand, wiggling her fingers, and he realized one nail had a colorful fall leaf painted on it. "Were you really laughing about your coat?" "Partly. I was thinking of my grandfather. I spent most of my childhood in his care." Carlisle tried to keep the stiffness from his voice, which always crept in whenever he referred to his absent parents. From the way Mary was staring at him so intently, it was still there. "My grandfather is quite prim and proper." "I'm guessing he wouldn't approve of you making a scarecrow?" "Hardly."
Grandpapa is very cross," Grace muttered. "Granny's not. She's nice, and so's Nana," Alex said. "Maybe they'll adopt you. They make the best cookies."
"Don't worry. My mother and mother-in-law are famous for," Mary made air quotes, "adopting everyone." "Do they both live in Huckleberry Falls?" "My mother does. My in-laws own a ranch outside of town, but they're still fairly close." Turning toward the children, she asked, "How are you two—" Mary burst out laughing. Alex, with little care, was happily stuffing hay into the stretchable netting, the result reminding Carlisle a bit of a sausage-shaped porcupine. His daughter, a bit like her great-grandfather, had approached stuffing her netting with great care, making sure nothing stuck out of the netting. "Oh, sweetheart, it's okay if the straw pokes out. We only use the netting because we have to move these when we're done. Usually, when you make a scarecrow, you build it in a field where it'll stay put." Humor chimed in Mary's voice as she said to her son, "I think that's enough straw for that arm, honey."
"But Grammy's round," he said, shoving in another handful. "Put more in, Grace. You'll see. Grammy gives the best hugs because she's soft and squishy."
Mary turned her back to the children, covering her mouth. Her mirth was contagious, and Carlisle found it difficult not to smile, too. "I suppose your mother wouldn't care to be described as soft and squishy?" he whispered. "Definitely not." She glanced back at the children, where Alex was now helping to stuff more straw into Grace's side. Mary said, "Let's do the legs." She pulled out a giant pair of what looked like some kind of support hose. "Do those belong—" Carlisle let the words fade out at Mary's flat look, but then the corner of her mouth twitched, a twinkle in her eyes again. "No, the stockings aren't my mother's. I bought these at the store." She stretched out the hose sideways, he assumed to accommodate the straw. "Start stuffing." Carlisle spent the next 2 hours in quite the most pleasant evening he could recall in a long while. The scarecrows didn't look finished, but Mary assured him she and Mrs. Montgomery would put the final touches on them. When they set them up in front of the shop, he wished he and Grace would be there to see them. Later, when they reached their lodgings at the bed and breakfast, they were both drowsy. Grace barely said a word as she climbed into her bed. She kissed his cheek, pulled her stuffed bunny close to her chest, and closed her eyes. It had been a lovely evening spent in the company of his daughter. Yet it was Mary's bright eyes which stayed in his mind as he fell asleep. Chapter 3. Over the next 2 weeks, Alex's grumblings about missing Grace kept the evening spent with her and her father on Mary's mind. Her son had made a glum, cowardly lion as they'd walked down the main street on Halloween, especially when they'd stopped outside Torta and had seen the scarecrows they'd made with the Wyndhams. Even Annie's offer of a special chocolate treat hadn't perked up the little boy. Mary had to keep reminding him that Carlisle had said they'd be in New York. Alex would ask when they'd return. She'd then have to tell him she had no idea. The poor little guy missed his new friend so much. Mary would have to remind him several times each day, and more on the weekends. Maybe that was why she dreamed of the man a couple of times herself. So She was relieved to see her son with Grace when Mary arrived at the daycare to pick him up a couple of weeks after the scarecrow activity.
Look who's finally back, Mama, and she brought me a present.
Alex turned around and lifted a large Lego box with a picture of a New York City skyline on the front.
Grace said she'll help me put it together.
That's kind of you and your father, Grace. Mary took the box from her son to examine it. While it was probably pocket change for the little girl's father, it was still way more expensive than a souvenir keychain.
Can she come over tonight?
Alex asked, his sweet face bright at the possibility. It's fine with me, but you know Grammy's coming over to help design our Christmas tree for the festival. I'm afraid you two will get frustrated without an adult there to help with the Legos. The door opened behind them, and a woman's voice called, "Get your things together, Grace. It's time to go." Mary didn't recognize the gray-haired woman who swept over to sign Grace out of the daycare. The woman had her hair pulled into such a tight bun it made Mary's head hurt a little in sympathy.
"My new nanny,"
Grace muttered. "Ah, you must be Alex," the woman said, looking at him over the rim of her glasses. "Grace has driven her father and I insane with her constant pleas to see you. Hopefully, now she has given you that gift, she'll finally let it go. Come along." The woman, who carried herself like a drill sergeant, took Grace by the hand and marched the child from the building. What in heaven's name was Carlisle thinking to hire a woman like that as Grace's nanny? "Wow, who was that?" Ellie asked, stepping into the daycare while she glanced over her shoulder at Grace and the woman.
"That's Miss Kirk," Alex said. "She got hired when Grace and her dad were in New York."
"I feel bad for that little girl," Ellie said, signing out her daughter.
"Mommy!"
Ellie's little girl squealed and ran up to the half door as her mother opened it.
"Bye, Olivia,"
Alex said, still looking glum.
"Bye."
"See you," Mary added as she considered her son's sad little face. "Maybe you and Grace can work on your present together another night." She met Millie's gaze. "You probably can't share Mr. Wyndham's phone number, can you?" "I'm sorry, but no." The daycare owner arched a brow. "However, I think it's widely known where the two are staying." Mary searched her memory. At first, nothing came to mind. Then she recalled the conversation with Trish at the hair salon. "Bart and Lisbeth's place?" "You didn't hear it from me," Millie said with a grin. "We can leave a message for Mr. Wyndham," Mary said to her son, "asking if Grace can come over for a play date. How about that?"
"Okay."
His little face now shone with anticipation.
"Is Grammy coming for dinner? I can show her my present."
"She's bringing dinner to us. Pigs in a poke." He gave a little squeal of delight and ran for the door, the contents of the box he carried rattling as he did. "Is that everything?" Carlisle asked as he met the gaze of each person at the table. When no one had anything to add, he said, "Let's get back to work." His team rose and left the conference room. They were barely into the ski season, but at the rate development was going, they wouldn't be ready to test the new transceiver until next year. "Don't look so depressed, Carlisle," Gretchen Blaze said, entering the room. "I didn't realize you were back in town," he said. "Did you finish filming early?" "We did." She sank into a chair across from him, looking tired. "So, tell me what has you in the dumps." Carlisle explained about the delay. "We'd hoped to be further along by now, but the beacon range is shorter than we'd hoped." "I understand about wanting a wider range." "Do you disagree?" he asked, surprised at the almost resigned tone in her voice. "No." Gretchen's expression turned sympathetic. "Most of the people who get caught in avalanches are climbers, backcountry skiers, out-of-bounds skiers, and snowmobilers. Cressy wasn't any of those." "But an out-of-bounds skier did trigger the avalanche that killed her on the slope," Carlisle took a deep breath to calm his temper. Cressy and Gretchen had been roommates at boarding school and loved each other like sisters. He knew she would never minimize his wife's death. He asked,
"So, what are you truly saying?"
"That the people most likely to need your transceiver are also the ones farther out and harder to reach. The snowmobilers, especially, can cover much more terrain than even backcountry skiers. It's like trying to find hikers who go out solo."
"I understand the odds."
Carlisle put his elbows on the table and rubbed his temples.
"I merely wish to increase the chances of surviving."
"I know, and I agree. I'm with you 100%. Cressy was my dearest friend." Gretchen gave his arm a squeeze. "I just don't want you to beat yourself up over this. People will be people. They're careless and thoughtless, but most of the time they're just clueless. You can't save some people from themselves."
"How's your educational program design coming?"
he asked, straightening. "I've sent it to some of the resorts in Colorado, Washington, and Alaska, since those states have the most avalanche fatalities. They've agreed to give me some feedback on it." She yawned. "I'm jet-lagged, so I'm going to bed early. Kiss that sweet Grace for me." Carlisle heaved out a breath.
"I will."
"Oh, no." Gretchen turned to face him. "What's wrong with your daughter?" He explained about having had to find a new nanny. "And Grace doesn't like her?"
"Not in the least, despite the woman's excellent credentials and being extremely organized."
"But is she fun?" Gretchen glanced at a picture on the wall of her with her 2 children, and then back at him with one brow arched.
"I need someone responsible and orderly,"
Carlisle said, trying to dodge the question. "Come on! Grace is 4. Besides structure, she needs to have fun." Gretchen gave his arm another pat. "One more thing before I forget." She watched him with a look which had become familiar of late. More than once, she'd dropped hints it was time he moved on, to date again. He really hoped she wouldn't start up on that again. "Every Christmas season, the Chamber of Commerce puts on a Christmas ball. It's a great opportunity to meet the other business owners and members of the community. It's a kind of big deal to business owners, and I never miss it. I think it's important that you attend too." She put on a look reminiscent of the one which had made her famous and won her an Oscar for the Best Supporting Actress, compassionate yet firm. "You will bring a +1, Carlisle, and it can't be Grace." Yawning, Gretchen left the room. A social function. Carlisle groaned, and he'd have to invite someone to attend with him. Struggling to fight off his own weariness, he gathered his things and put them into his briefcase. A quick glance out the window showed that it had begun to snow again. If he and Cressy hadn't spent so much time skiing in various places around the world, he'd have struggled with the driving in Huckleberry Falls. When he stepped outside of the office building, he was glad he'd shifted to his Land Rover. He wondered if his daughter would already be in bed. He'd hoped to get back to their lodgings before she did, but his meeting had gone on longer than expected. And Miss Kirk was a firm disciplinarian. He'd already received more than one mild lecture from her about being too lax with Grace. When Carlisle trudged into the lodging house, one of the owners, Lisbeth, sat chatting with guests around the fireplace.
"Ah, Mr. Wyndham, you look frozen," she said. "Would you care to join us for a cup of tea or hot chocolate?"
He would have liked nothing better than to have accepted.
"I'm afraid I'll have to pass this time. I'm hoping to see my daughter before she falls asleep."
After nodding to Lisbeth and her guests, he climbed the stairs. The Williams had given him one end of a wing, so the entrances to their 3 rooms opened near each other. Lisbeth and Bart had taken to Grace. She frequently spent time in the kitchen, coloring while Lisbeth cooked. Or if the older woman was baking, he would find Grace with an apron on and flour up to her elbows. He hadn't yet decided if he wanted to rent or buy a home for their long stay here. Once he did, it would be a shame that his daughter would miss out on opportunities to spend time with the grandmotherly woman. He left his briefcase and overcoat in his bedroom and eased open the connecting door into his daughter's room. Still awake, she sat up and held up her arms.
Papa!
A sense of peace settled over Carlisle, and his heart swelled. He sat on the edge of Grace's bed and lifted her onto his lap. She looked so like her mother.
I want to help Alex put his Lego city together, but Miss Monster made me leave before I could even ask,
Grace said, and launched into a long list of grievances. Startled into silence at the venom in his young daughter's voice, Carlisle thought back to what Gretchen had said earlier. Perhaps, in his desire to provide structure and stability, he'd chosen the wrong caregiver. What was he to do now?
Miss Monster?
He asked weakly. His daughter had been a happy, light-hearted child until the death of her mother. Only since Grace had first spoken of the boy Alex had Carlisle seen hints of the old Grace again.
Whatever did you come up with a name like that for Miss Kirk? It's not very kind.
Alex called her that, but it fits, Papa. Please don't make her be my nanny.
Grace put her palms together as though in prayerful supplication.
Please. I could just go to Ducky's like Alex. He doesn't have a nanny.
The little boy also had a mother, though Carlisle wouldn't raise that issue.
I doubt he has a nanny, but he also has 2 grandmothers who live in the area. I'm sure when his mother needs to go out for the evening, one of those ladies would tend him.
He said I could stay with his Grammy when Ducky's is closed.
Grace,
he began, but she covered his mouth with her small hands.
Don't say no. She brought over the bestest cookies ever for all the kids at Ducky's, and she even made a special one for Hazel. She's allergic to everything.
Carlisle stared at his daughter for a second. She'd sounded very much like an American child just then. It appeared she was adapting quickly, right down to the accent. He sighed. He also couldn't refuse her plea.
I will speak to Alex's mother if you wish.
Carlisle tried to ignore the sudden hitch in his heart rate at the thought of speaking to the woman again. He tucked Grace under her covers and kissed her forehead.
Do understand, lovey, that your nanny is for when I must work evenings, and not simply on weekends.
When she opened her mouth to argue, Carlisle put a finger to her mouth.
But I will inquire about a new nanny, just for you.
Thank you, Papa.
I love you.
I love you more,
she replied, whispering the words her mother had always said when she'd bade Grace good night. Carlisle rose and turned off her light. Upon exiting his room, he went to tap on Miss Kirk's door, hoping she hadn't already gone to sleep. "Who is it?" she asked through the closed door.
It's Mr. Wyndham.
She opened the door and stepped outside her room.
I settled Grace down for the night. Is something wrong?
This was one of many times Carlisle wished he had a home with a parlor. The hallway of a bed and breakfast, with other guests possibly popping in with no announcement, was no place to hold a dismissal interview. But neither was it appropriate to do so in either her room or his.
Let's see if we can find an empty room downstairs.
From her resigned expression, the woman knew what was coming. He led the way downstairs and peeked his head into the library, where Mr. Williams frequently sat in the evenings amongst his collection of classical reading material and an entire wall filled with paperback novels. The room was empty.
You're letting me go, Miss Kirk said flatly as soon as he'd closed the door. I'm afraid so. I had hoped Grace would adapt to the change, but she has not. And you're going to let that spoiled brat dictate who you employ?
Carlisle went still. How had he ever imagined this woman was in any way an appropriate match for his sweet little daughter? No wonder Grace couldn't abide the woman. He told himself not to dignify her attack with a response.
"When I return to my room tonight, I will purchase your return flight to New York for tomorrow. As per our agreement, I will pay you for the remainder of November and also for December for having inconvenienced you."
She looked like she wanted to say more, but Carlisle put on the steely gaze he'd learned to use when facing off with his grandfather. With a huff, Miss Kirk ripped open the door. Something in her offended stance tipped him over the edge of discretion.
"Oh, and Miss Kirk," he said, his tone glacial, "it's quite tacky to make a character assault on a child. I'll be sure to inform the agency of your behavior tonight. You're dismissed."
She slammed the door as she left, and he hoped her fit of temper hadn't disturbed guests above the library. He sank into a chair, weary.
"That was very well done,"
came a voice from a corner. Carlisle leapt to his feet and spun to face the intruder. Mr. Williams was rising from an overstuffed high-backed chair which faced the fireplace and had hidden him from view. He wore a wool cap, tufts of white hair poking out.
"I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Mr. Wyndham, but your former employee jumped into it before I could make my presence known. I do apologize."
His blue eyes sparkled with humor as he indicated a small tea set Carlisle hadn't noticed.
"I was just having a cup of chamomile and doing a little reading before bed. Would you care to join me?"
Carlisle was about to decline, but the cozy room and the thought of a nice cup of tea made him change his mind.
"That would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Williams."
He took the indicated chair and accepted the cup his host offered him.
"Please, call me Bart."
Carlisle took a sip of his tea. As the warmth went down his throat, his body relaxed.
"I apologize you had to overhear that." "I've heard worse from my guests, believe me."
Bart gave a dark chuckle.
"Fatigue after a long day on the slopes can make people a bit testy. Having been an avid skier myself, I understand." "You don't ski anymore?"
Carlisle opened his mouth, but memories of the day Cressy had died flooded his mind. His throat tightened, and he shook his head. Bart sent him a curious nod, but diplomatically changed the subject.
"It appears you'll be needing a new nanny for Grace. If you need somebody temporarily, I can suggest a friend who watches her next-door neighbor's children on most weekends. She's a wonderful woman and has a way with kids."
Bart rubbed his stomach.
"Lisbeth's chocolate chip cookies recipe is actually Linda's." "Is the skill of an excellent cookie-making a requirement for all caregivers of young children?" Carlisle asked, thinking back to the comment his daughter had made earlier. "If they want to win their hearts, I'd say yes. Have you heard of someone local who does both?" Carlisle told him about the woman who'd brought cookies to the daycare center. "Did Grace happen to mention the woman's name?" Bart leaned forward. "Only that it's Alex Hurst's grandmother. He calls her Grammy." "Then we're talking about the same woman. Linda Jackson is Mary Hurst's mother. They were both widowed in the same accident nearly 2 years ago. A couple of skiers drank too much and tried to drive down from the resort. They came around a curve too fast and hit Ray's car, which sent it careening over the cliff. The drunks escaped with only a few injuries, but Raymond Hurst and Keith Jackson were both killed. It was a terrible day for 3 families." Bart shook his head. "Sorry to go dreary on you there. Keith was a friend of mine. Anyway, if you're looking for a temporary babysitter for when you have to work late or on the weekends, Linda would be a good person to ask." "A second witness," Carlisle whispered. "What's that?" Bart asked. Only that Grace made the same suggestion about Alex's Grammy. You don't happen to have her phone number, do you?" "In fact, I do." Bart retrieved his phone from his pocket.
Chapter 4. Mary rose the next morning feeling bleary. She debated with herself all night about putting her nose in Carlisle Wyndham's business by suggesting his new nanny wasn't the right choice for his daughter. On the one hand, Mary's heart told her she should say something. On the other hand, her gut told her she'd resent someone butting into her life like that. When she stepped into the kitchen and saw her son's gift on the table, still unopened, her thoughts drifted back to the Wyndhams. Alex refused to put together the Lego city until Grace could do it with him. That would give Mary an excuse to contact the child's father. As she opened the cupboard, her son entered the kitchen, so she asked, "What do you want for breakfast this morning?" He named his favorite cereal, and she pulled it down from the cupboard. The daycare provided a hot lunch, so she didn't need to worry about making that. She did, however, have to make her own. She reached for the bread, but noticed Alex trying to lift a full gallon of milk. "Here, let me help you with that." Mary didn't take it from him, but merely added a little strength to his lift. She was reaching for the bread again when her phone pinged. She picked it up and found a text from her mother. "Have you heard of someone called Wyndham?" Mary paused, irritated at the increase in her pulse rate. Just because she kept dreaming about the man didn't mean she should get excited at hearing about him. She considered calling her mother back, but decided against it because she didn't want Alex to overhear. "Yes, why?" "I got a call from the father last night. Bart referred him to me to watch Grace. Isn't that the little girl Alex kept talking about last night?" Mary couldn't help but smile. Good for Carlisle. Now she could stop worrying about having an uncomfortable conversation with him. And Alex should be able to put together his Lego city with Grace at Grammy's. "Yes, Alex will be thrilled. Did you say you'd watch her?" "Of course. What did you think of the man?" While Mary pulled together her lunch, she tried to think how to describe him. Her first thought had been that he was too preoccupied with work. After spending the evening with him and Grace making scarecrows, Mary had decided a better description would be driven. "He's a widower who's forgotten how to have fun." "Then we'll need to change that. Love you. Bye." Mary had to bite back a smile. Her mother was a firm believer that life should be joyful. The wonderful memories she'd helped to create as a family had given them both a great deal of comfort after the accident. If Mom had decided it was time to help Carlisle Wyndham find joy again, there was no way he could avoid it. If anyone could help that little family, it was Linda Jackson. The relationship Grace had with her father looked to be a happy one, though Mary had gotten the impression the child was getting impatient with her father's focus on work. Maybe because it was something relatively new. That was a good sign. It meant there'd probably been a good relationship there before the family tragedy. How long ago had the late Mrs. Wyndham passed away? If it had happened recently, they were still grieving deeply and adjusting to their loss. Mary thought she understood what Carlisle and his darling daughter must be going through. It was a journey she and her mother had made together, and their shared grief had brought them even closer. Mary had also found a lot of unexpected support from her clients. Hairstylists, she'd discovered early on, were a lot like bartenders and counselors. People often opened up to them about things they might not normally talk about. She hadn't paid attention to how many clients were widows until she'd become one. The confidences they'd shared with her had often contrasted with the public faces her clients wore. It had taught Mary to look more closely at people. Her thoughts went back to the evening making the scarecrows. She'd found herself thinking about Carlisle a lot since that night. Once he'd removed his fancy coat and gotten some straw in his hair with the children, he'd lightened up. The formal businessman had disappeared, and the loving father had come out to play. When he'd laughed at the children's antics, the seriousness had disappeared, and his dark good looks had shown. And what good looks! Her heart gave a lurch. She gave a mental groan, blaming Trish for Mary's thinking about him all the time. The poor man. She bet there were lots of women around town who'd love to chase after him. Probably were. Maybe that's where his reserve came from. And Trish was just wrong. Besides the fact that Carlisle Wyndham was a handsome man, still grieving for his late wife, he did not plan on staying in Huckleberry Falls long term. There was no point in Mary thinking about him as anything more than the father of her son's friend. Period. A little while later, though, when she dropped off Alex at the daycare, she caught herself giving the lobby a surreptitious glance anyway. Since Mary didn't begin work until 9, and a lot of businesses opened at 8, it was unlikely he'd have been there anyway. "Give me a hug," she called to her son as he raced to where the children hung up their coats. Alex turned around and threw himself into her arms. He looked over her shoulder and cried, "Grace is here!" He let her go and ran to his friend. Mary's heart did that irritating flip-flop again when she saw Carlisle. She'd forgotten how much she liked the smell of his aftershave. Dang that dream last night. She pushed the useless memory aside. What she needed to think about was whether or not to say anything about his new daycare arrangements. Mary decided against it. If he were anything like her, he wouldn't appreciate people talking about him behind his back. "Good morning, Grace," she said instead. But the little girl and Alex were talking to each other so fast they seemed oblivious to the surrounding adults. "Grace," her father said, his voice soft but firm, and his daughter turned to face them. He said, "Manners." Her cheeks flushed and she curtsied. "I beg your pardon." Mary blinked. Was it common to teach 4-year-olds to curtsy in England? "It's all good," Mary said with a shrug. "Give me a hug, and you and Alex may go." Grace's father winked at his daughter. When he bent down to embrace her, he said softly, "One must never forget how to behave."
"Because one never knows when Grandpapa may be watching."
"Exactly." He kissed the top of her head, and she hurried off with Alex. Carlisle turned to Mary. "I also apologize for her lapse. You Americans are so much more casual, and she's getting quite good at it. I must make sure she doesn't forget while we're here." "Or your father won't be pleased?" "My grandfather, actually. He raised me, and he has old-fashioned ideas about such things. When one travels in different circles, one must be prepared to fit in." Mary wondered what expectations Carlisle had been raised with. She'd had friends from England before, and they weren't nearly so formal about everything. His reserve might come from having been raised by a grandfather who'd in turn been raised in a bygone era. Maybe it wasn't Carlisle trying to put on the stereotypical stiff upper lip attitude Mary had read about. Had the older man taught Carlisle how to appear unapproachable? Or was it a natural shyness around unfamiliar people? "She's still so young, though," Mary said. "When does she turn 5? "Christmas Eve." Carlisle met her gaze, his own soft and thoughtful. "Like you, she was a Christmas gift. Your first name is Mary. Grace's middle name is Angelica." "How fun is that? She really is an angel." They'd been moving toward the daycare entrance, and Mary reached to open the door. Carlisle extended his longer arm and took the handle. "Let me get that for you." "Thank you." She wasn't insulted by the small courtesy, though she knew plenty of women who didn't like the suggestion they were incapable of opening their own doors. With a Christmas Eve birthday, how do you celebrate without her special day getting lost in the holiday?
This is the first year it's really been an issue. Grace had just turned 3 when her mother died. Last year we were approaching the first anniversary of our loss and weren't in the mood for much celebrating.
Carlisle stared off into the distance for a second, a crease between his brows. I understand. So his wife must have died only a few weeks before Mary's father and Ray had been killed. She said, "It's especially difficult when you lose somebody close to a holiday, since those carry so many memories." At Mary's comment, he met her gaze.
"Is that when you lost your husband?"
Carlisle asked. "No, it was actually both my husband and my father. And it happened on a bland January afternoon, though we still had the house decorated for Christmas. You get up in the morning like you usually do every other day, with no idea your life's about to get turned upside down." Carlisle watched her with such compassionate understanding that an unexpected warmth spread through her. Her friends had been sympathetic and understanding, but the daily significance of the depth of the loss she and her mother had shared had been theirs. This man standing before Mary got it. His life had also been flipped upside down. An unexpected kinship filled her, deeper than anything she'd experienced before with people who'd also suffered losses. "I didn't mean to turn maudlin on you," she said, "but do consider how you want to handle Grace's birthdays. The hardest thing for me with being a Christmas baby was the number of people who'd give me one present and say, 'Happy birthday and Merry Christmas.' It was like I didn't really have a birthday at all. It was a bigger deal when I was a kid, but still. Whatever you do with her, try to make sure she feels special, even if it's just celebrating at a different time of the year."
"What do you mean?"
"I had a friend who moved here during our senior year of high school who was also born on Christmas Day." Mary shifted the strap of her purse to the other shoulder. "Her family celebrated her half-birthday instead. They still acknowledged the actual day in December, but they held her parties and the gift-giving in June. Her mom said it was a lot easier to host birthday parties for a bunch of kids in the summer than around Christmas."
"That's quite ingenious."
Carlisle glanced at his watch.
"Look at the time. I must run. Have a good day."
"You too." Mary pushed away her disappointment at how he'd rushed off. She didn't have time to hang around and chat with him either. While Carlisle drove to his office, his mind kept returning to Mary's comments. He liked the idea of shifting the celebration of Grace's birthday to another time of year. She shouldn't have the sadness of her mother's loss so close to 2 such important days. He also hadn't missed the flash of pain in Mary's eyes as she mentioned the loss of both her father and her husband. From what Bart had said, it'd been nearly 2 years now, and was something Carlisle and Mary had in common. It still hurt her, yet she appeared to be such a happy person. From what he'd seen of her son, she'd given him the same positive outlook on life. Perhaps Mary had learned from her mother. Mrs. Jackson had sounded upbeat on the phone. Carlisle was thoughtful as he headed up to his office. What kind of role model had he been providing for Grace on how to grieve? They were only now coming into the light again. Would his own sadness and depression be all that he taught her without meaning to? And what about his parenting in general? It had taken Cressy a while to smooth the hard edges beaten into him by his grandfather. Had Carlisle reverted to that rigidness again? He agreed with some of the old man's thoughts on manners. But Carlisle did not wish to be grim and overbearing. Carlisle glanced at the clock. Nearly 5. He and his team were on the cusp of a breakthrough, and he didn't want to stop their momentum. Would it be presumptuous to call Mrs. Jackson to see if she could watch Grace this evening? It would have been better if the woman could come to the bed and breakfast to care for his daughter there. From what she'd told him, however, she would have other children in her home tonight whom she tended.
"Let's take a 10-minute break," he told the group. "Bethany, I'll need you to order in dinner."
At groans from the others, Carlisle glanced at the team.
"If you believe we can flawlessly pick up where we are now in the morning, we can call it a day."
Even those who groaned shook their heads.
"Right then, 10 minutes."
He stepped out into the hallway with his phone and called Mrs. Jackson.
"Hello there, Mr. Wyndham," she said, sounding very much like she'd been laughing. "Since you're calling me, I'm going to guess you need to work late tonight." "Don't you dare do that, or I'll tickle you till you scream." For a second, Carlisle stood mute, unsure how to respond, until, in the background, the squeal of a child rent the air. "Sorry about that," she said, the laughter in her voice again. "I had to discipline the troops."
"I understand this is last minute, but I'm tied up and cannot get away for a few more hours. It's quite presumptuous of me, but would it be possible for you to pick up Grace and take her to your home?"
"Would you mind if I had my daughter pick her up when she gets Alex? Mary's very reliable and a safe driver. She's even got a spare car seat she keeps in her trunk, so you won't have to worry about that."
"I'd hate to put her out,"
he began. "But you don't mind putting me out?" she asked with a chuckle, not giving him a chance to answer. "That's a joke, by the way. And don't worry about Mary. She and Alex are headed here anyway to help with the festival tree. I'll text her while you call the daycare center and let them know. Does that work?"
"It's brilliant. Thank you for your flexibility."
"Not to worry. Alex will be thrilled. All he talks about is Grace, so getting to spend a little extra time with her this evening will make his day."
"Thank you again, Mrs. Jackson."
"Call me Linda. Mrs. Jackson sounds so old."
"Linda, then. And you must call me Carlisle."
"Sounds good. Get good work done." Chapter 5. "Play that for me again," her mother said as they made dinner together. Mary touched the screen on her phone. As she'd entered the daycare center to pick up the children, she'd anticipated Alex's excitement at finding out Grace would be coming with them. Knowing his grandmother would want to see, Mary had surreptitiously set her phone to record. Her son hadn't disappointed. "You know, I feel bad I never noticed Alex didn't have a best bud at the daycare," she said, leaning over to make sure the children hadn't opened the Lego box. She'd given them stern instructions not to, since there were younger children there. "Well," her mother said, "he's met his kindred spirit now. I've never seen that boy go so crazy about another child. They never run out of things to talk about. I hope by the time she and her father go back to England, he'll have reached the age where it's not cool to be friends with a girl anymore," Mary said as she finished chopping carrots for the salad. "They're not staying in Huckleberry Falls, then?" her mother asked. "Can you grab the Parmesan cheese from the fridge?" "That's what Carlisle said when he and Grace came with us to the scarecrow-making event." Mary handed her mother the container. "You never mentioned that you'd gone somewhere with him." Her mother was eyeing Mary in a way that made her feel like a high schooler who'd been caught sneaking out. The scrutiny made her cheeks warm, which was absolutely ridiculous. "I didn't go with him. Alex invited Grace, and she invited her father." Mary picked up the plastic plates for the children. "At first, he wouldn't go because he had a meeting. That little girl really has some power over him, though. It's a good thing, too.
because he's obsessed with this project he's working on. And what's that? While they set the table together, Mary explained what Carlisle had told her about the avalanche beacon. "Did you ever meet the old nanny?" her mother asked. "Not the original one Grace liked, but I saw the new one once. She wasn't as mean as Miss Trunchbull in Matilda, but nearly as grim." "Oh, dear. I'm glad she's gone then. Grace has a joy about her I'd hate to see squashed. I hope her father can find something to brighten up his life, too." Mary's mother shot her a sly glance, way too interested. "Let's see these little ones fed and to bed so we can get to work on the tree." They found that the two younger children had gotten into the toy box in the corner. They'd managed to pull out everything and strewn it around the large living room. It was a good thing her mother had kept her large home from when she was raising a family. Mary couldn't imagine trying to keep up with these two children in the apartment she'd once suggested her mother get instead. Once they'd cleaned up the mess and everyone had eaten, her mother put the younger kids in the guest bed. Even in the living room, where Mary was helping Grace and Alex begin the assembly of the cityscape, she could hear the younger children complaining that they wanted to stay up too. "They're not normally so crazy," her mother said when she returned. "They just get excited about having other children around."
"Why do they sleep here if they're not your kids?" Grace asked.
"Their mother is a nurse and she works nights at the hospital."
"But when does she sleep?"
Alex asked as he picked up a Lego piece and handed it to Grace.
"Oh, it looks like the picture now."
The little girl gave him a dazzling smile. Carlisle was going to have his hands full with her when she got older. She was already a charmer. Mary's mother must have seen it too, because she whispered, "I can see why he's so captivated," she said louder. "Let's pull out the boxes, my dear."
"Can we help, Grammy?"
Alex rose to his feet expectantly. "Your mother and I need to have everything out first and decide where we want all the decorations to go. Then we could use some help with the decorations on the lower branches." Each year, the trees at the festival fundraiser got more elaborate and sold for a lot more money. Mary and her mother, mostly her mom, had already invested $500 in decorations for the tree over the course of the year. In the last 3 years, no tree had sold for less than $3,000, so it should make a nice tidy sum for the Children's Hospital. It took longer than expected to sort through everything because Alex and Grace needed occasional help with Lego pieces. After an hour, Mary and her mother had assembled the tree and laid out the decorations. The children had just abandoned the Lego city to help with the tree when a knock sounded on the front door. Mary opened it to find a weary-looking Carlisle.
"No, Papa,"
Grace cried.
"not yet."
A flash of surprised hurt crossed his face, but a quick glance at the Christmas tree and all the decorations surrounding it must have been explanation enough. "Perhaps you wouldn't mind having another helper?" he asked. "Come inside and stay a while, Carlisle. Of course you're welcome to help," her mother said. "Mary, take his coat. Carlisle, I need you to see what Grace and Alex have done with the Legos and help them pick up the stray pieces. Then you can all work on the tree with us." He wore a bemused smile at her mother's bossiness. "Mom's used to running things," Mary said when she went to help him remove his coat. When her fingers touched him, a spark of electricity snapped between them. "Sorry," she said. "I need to stop dragging my feet or I'll keep popping people with static electricity all night." His expression had turned unreadable. She turned and took his coat to the closet, hoping her cheeks hadn't flamed red to match the increase of her pulse. She needed to stop this. Sure, he was a handsome man, but she didn't need to find him more attractive than he already was. Carlisle Wyndham ran in very different circles than Mary Hurst did, and he wasn't staying in Huckleberry Falls. When she returned to stand by her mother, Carlisle had moved to a chair by the Lego table where the children were explaining what they'd done with the skyline. He glanced over at Mary and her mother with an amused smile. Whenever she glimpsed him in passing around town, he'd always looked so serious, focused, like he had a lot on his mind. Which he probably did, knowing now what she did about his desire to develop this wider-ranging transceiver. But she'd seen him act like that with Grace until he would actively pull himself out of it. If his young daughter was the only thing keeping him real, she might be the saving of him. Mary doubted he'd have made an effort otherwise. "Carlisle, I'll need you and Mary to carry the table with the Legos into another room later," her mother said, picking up one of the long scarves that would function as the garland. "For now, we have a tree to decorate." Carlisle followed the children to where Linda stood near the tree, and he took in the myriad of decorations spread around it. At first glance, it appeared to be a chaotic mess, but on closer scrutiny, he recognized the logic to how they'd laid out the decorations. One would have to take care in stepping between the items. He picked up what looked like a glass bulb with a tiny figure of the half-giant Hagrid inside.
"Ah, a Harry Potter-themed tree."
Carlisle gave it a light flick with a finger and was glad to see it was plastic. He remembered too well Grace's first Christmases when she'd begun walking.
"You have quite an assortment here. Have you been collecting these for many years?"
"Oh, this isn't my mom's tree." Mary handed him 2 packages filled with knitted material in Gryffindor house colors. As he set down the bulb to take them, she added, "We're donating this to the Huckleberry Falls Festival of Trees. We've contributed a tree every year since I started high school. The town has a lot of wealthy visitors." She broke off and glanced at him quickly, her cheeks flushing a pretty pink. "Anyway, many of our visitors can afford gourmet trees, and all the proceeds from the sale of the donated trees go to the regional children's hospital."
"Gretchen mentioned a festival in passing, and 2 of my team members have said they plan to attend."
Carlisle removed the Gryffindor scarf from the package, finding it much longer than he'd expected. Linda took it from him and went back to the tree where the children were helping wrap a similar scarf around it. The woman was quite good with children, her comments praising and encouraging. Grace's face glowed, such as it hadn't since losing her mother. He scanned the room, struck by the comfortable sense of home in the place. It differed greatly from his own experience of growing up.
"Are you planning to take Alex to the festival?"
The words popped out of Carlisle's mouth before he could think. Did he hope to receive another invitation, as with the scarecrow-making activity? He found he rather liked the idea of attending another event with Mary and her son. "Oh, we'll be there, but I'll be working. My boss has decided to advertise the salon at the Festival of Trees, and I got volunteered to paint fingernails." It was clear from the way Mary held herself that she wasn't pleased to have been volunteered.
"Would you not have offered to help on your own?"
"I probably would have," she said with a sigh, "but it would have been nice if Alice had given me the opportunity."
"Do you do nails all day?"
he asked, wondering for the first time what she did for a living. "I do hair mostly, but Alice found out I have a knack for nail design and keeps saying she'd like to offer it as a service. Once again, without asking me."
"What's your salon called?"
Carlisle asked. "La Chevelure."
"Hair?"
Mary gave a soft laugh, and the joyfulness of it struck Carlisle, despite her frustration with her employer. "But it sounds sophisticated, you know. The owner wants so badly to be seen as a big-shot hairstylist. She reminds me of one of those early wannabe Hollywood actresses searching for ways to be discovered." Mary rolled her eyes.
"Do you enjoy working there?"
"I do. A lot of my clients have become dear friends." The hint of sadness which came into her voice intrigued him. Carlisle wished he knew her well enough to inquire about it. It sounded to him as though she enjoyed her job. Was it then the supervisor or owner who put that edge to her voice when she spoke of it? He glanced to where Linda patiently worked with the two little children to fix a section of the garland scarf that wasn't quite right. He wondered if her only source of income came from providing child care, or if she had other employment outside of her home.
"Does your mother tend children during the day as well?"
he asked, keeping his voice soft. "No, she designs dresses. When I was young, she used to make costumes and do alterations for one of the local summer theaters. When my older brother's prom date couldn't find a dress she liked, he asked Mom if she would make her one. I helped, but she did most of the work. Mom's got a great eye for what looks good on a particular figure, regardless of what's considered in fashion. She helped a couple of other girls with their dresses, too. Before she knew it, people were coming to her with dress requests. It got so big she had to hire more help and rent a business location." Mary crossed her arms and held herself as though she needed the support. "She didn't start taking in children until after Dad died. I think it's because the house was so empty."
"Yes,"
Carlisle said, thinking back to how difficult it was to enter his apartment after Cressy's death.
"One takes for granted the simple presence of a loved one in the home."
"Until they're not there anymore," Mary agreed, her understanding gaze meeting his. "All right, you two," her mother called. "I think we're ready to do the decorations." Carlisle spent the most pleasant evening he could remember decorating the tree. Mary and her mother were such uplifting people. They encouraged the children to sing Christmas songs and hummed the theme from the Harry Potter movies. By the time he'd lifted Alex to put the sorting hat on the top, Grace's eyes had begun to droop.
"This has been a delightful evening,"
Carlisle said, picking up his daughter, who immediately rested her head on his shoulder.
"And all for a good cause. I hope your efforts are rewarded, and the tree fetches a large sum for the hospital. Will you be needing help to deliver the tree to the festival?"
"No, thank you," Linda said. "Some of my staff have already volunteered to help with that part."
"I should get this lady home to bed."
Carlisle patted Grace's back, surprised at his disappointment that he wouldn't be needed. It was absurd anyway. He had work to do. "I made some cookies for when we finished," Linda said. "And I brought hot chocolate," Mary added with a shrug. "It's a tradition." Carlisle hesitated, finding it a temptation to continue this pleasant evening with these delightful ladies. It was, however, getting late, and he did have an early meeting the next day. Grace hadn't stirred, and her breathing had already slowed. He really must get her home to bed. Carlisle pointed his fob toward his car outside and started it to get it warm.
"I'm afraid we must take a rain check," he whispered. "Thank you again for tonight."
"I'm glad you enjoyed it," Linda said, already retrieving Grace's coat from the closet. She handed it to Mary, who carefully slid the sleeves up his daughter's arms. Surprised not to have heard anything from Alex, Carlisle glanced over to the living room by the skyscraper model and found the little boy had fallen asleep on the floor nearby.
"Don't we need to move the table?"
he asked, his voice low. "Mom and I will do that. You go ahead and help Grace into her car seat. I'll get her bag." Mary brushed aside a curl from his daughter's face. The tenderness made Carlisle's heart give an odd twitch. When Mary stepped away to get the bag, he glanced at Linda, noting the same expression. This family had so much love. His chest swelled with gratitude at their willingness to share it with his motherless daughter. When he stepped outside, he found it was snowing again. He brushed some away from the door so it wouldn't drop on Grace when he put her in the seat. She stirred, her eyes opening. "I love you, Papa," she mumbled before pressing a warm kiss on his cheek, her lids already drooping again. Carlisle straightened and found Mary dancing in place to keep warm while she held out Grace's backpack to him. He'd just spent another pleasant evening with her. Did she already have plans for the Christmas ball? She didn't own a business of her own, but Linda did. Would Mary attend as her mother's plus one? If not, would she consider attending with him instead? Carlisle accepted the backpack and was about to ask about the ball when she shivered involuntarily. In the middle of a snowstorm wasn't the time to ask her to go to a formal affair with him.
Thank you again. You'd best hurry inside before you catch your death.
Nah, I'm a Huckleberry Falls girl, born and bred. This is nothing. She grinned, but another involuntary shudder put the lie to her words.
Good night.
Carlisle hurried to get inside his car, grateful that he'd started the car to warm it. Most of the snow on the windshields was already melting. Despite the cold, Mary continued to dance on the driveway until he'd pulled away. Carlisle smiled. It'd been a long time since anyone had seen him off like that. Chapter 6. Carlisle found himself distracted the next day, mentally debating when the best time would be to ask Mary to be his plus one. "Boss," his assistant Nia began tentatively, "you're kind of out of it today. Do you think maybe you need a break? I've told you before you work too hard. My grandmother was always fond of saying that you have to fill your own vessel sometimes, or you won't have anything to give to others. How long has it been since you did something fun?" Carlisle had been about to protest, but the memory of the night before stopped him.
Before my trip to New York, my daughter and I helped make some scarecrows, and last night we had quite a lovely evening helping to decorate a tree for the festival.
"Tell me more." Nia set down her tablet and leaned back in her chair, looking like she was settling in for a story. A few years older than Carlisle, she was happily married with a child and had taken on herself the job of mothering him as well. They'd first met some years ago when he'd visited New York and needed an assistant. When he'd suggested she uproot her family and do the same work in Wyoming, he'd been thrilled she accepted.
There's not a great deal to tell.
Carlisle couldn't help feeling defensive.
You know, the newest nanny didn't work out. I inquired of my host at the B&B if he had any recommendations for possible after-hours daycare arrangements. He suggested Linda Jackson.
Linda Jackson? The designer? Nia's eyes practically bugged out.
Her daughter did mention her making dresses.
Nia leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table.
Linda Jackson is the current queen of retro dress design.
Huckleberry Falls has a lot of influential visitors, many of whom are regulars to the area. Who do you think designed Gretchen and her mother's gowns last year that they wore to the Oscars? Carlisle frowned, trying to remember. He and Grace had still been mourning at his grandfather's estate. The only thing he could recall was Gretchen's excitement at wearing complimentary dresses with her mother that year. Their classic gowns had put them both on the top 10 best-dressed lists.
Are you sure there's not another Linda Jackson?
He couldn't bring his mind to connect the homey grandmother who rolled on the floor with young children with the designers he'd met.
"I'm sure," Nia said. "I only know because I overheard Gretchen talking about it before meeting with you one day. Evidently, Linda's daughter helps a lot with the designs, but she never gets involved with the actual business. She lives here in Huckleberry Falls, but I haven't met her."
"I've met Mary Hurst." Carlisle hadn't expected the tone of his voice to shift when he spoke her name. Nia didn't miss it. "Oh, ho!" Her tone had turned almost gleeful. "So her name is Mary Hurst. How did you meet her?"
"Her son attends the same daycare center as Grace."
He could tell by Nia's heavy sigh that she was assuming Mary's husband was still in the picture. Carlisle chose not to correct her. Grace and Alex have become great chums. That is how we came to be invited to help decorate the Christmas tree Linda is donating to the festival. Oh, speaking of the festival, Nia said, waking her tablet, Gretchen called. She said she always has a booth at the festival. Her regular guy who talks about avalanches had a family emergency and needed to leave town. She wants you to take a shift at the booth on Saturday. Nia held up her hands at his expression. I'm just the messenger. Gretchen said she knows it's an inconvenience, but you know your stuff. I'd have thought someone on her staff who deals with avalanche control would have been a better choice. She said you'd say that, but they have some dicey snow right now they need to tend to, so that's not an option. What would he do with Grace? He'd allowed himself to become distracted with work and hadn't yet contacted the agency about another nanny. His daughter had enjoyed staying at Linda's house, and he hadn't wanted to disrupt that with a new woman again so quickly. Only when he arrived at the daycare center and didn't see Mary picking up Alex did Carlisle realize how much he'd been looking forward to seeing her again. Grace looked as dejected as he felt. Was Alex not here today? He asked his daughter as they walked out to his car.
He left early. He got to help take the tree to the festival.
Carlisle frowned at the accusation in her voice. How was the lack of an invitation to assist his fault? What's troubling you, Grace?
Grammy's having a party. Can we go, please?
What party is this? Carlisle couldn't remember anyone mentioning one last night.
Alex said Grammy always has a party for the helpers. We helped too.
Carlisle shifted uncomfortably. Since moving to Huckleberry Falls and befriending Alex, Grace had looked like the happy little girl she'd been before her mother's death. Even though his daughter had been so young, she'd recognized that her mother was gone. For a long time after the accident, she sought out any female figure who'd even faintly resembled Cressy. Only over the last 6 months had his daughter finally stopped searching crowds of people, as though she expected to see her mother lurking there. Perhaps he should have volunteered further with the tree if it made his daughter this happy. I imagine the party is for the people who helped to deliver the tree, he said, choosing his words with care. I'm not sure they'd appreciate a pair of freeloaders. Grace scowled at him at his word choice.
Grammy said me and Alex did good work, and you did some too. So the party is for us.
Alex and I, Carlisle corrected. His grandfather would be most displeased if Grace picked up too much of the casual American grammar. His daughter rolled her eyes at him, but repeated what he said. Then she added, Please, Papa. Let me send her a message to see if it's even still going on. It could be over. I don't wish to appear on her doorstep, assuming we have a right to be there.
You watch.
Grace crossed her arms, her pert face now smug.
I'm right.
Carlisle pulled out his phone. His instincts were to phrase the question delicately, but the impatient tapping of his daughter's foot made him send out a brief message instead. Grace insists she helped with the tree, so she's invited to your celebration. Linda's reply was almost immediate. I'm so sorry. I would have invited you, but you said you were working. He began to reply, but another message pinged. It's my employee Christmas party, but we always host it after the delivery of the festival tree. The little get-together begins at 7 at my dress shop. Consider yourselves invited. Carlisle glanced at his daughter and nodded. She let out a whoop and hugged his leg. He deleted his previous unfinished message and sent another. May I bring anything? Just your appetite. It looks as though you'll be able to play with Alex again, after all. Miss Linda said we needn't bring anything, but I believe we should. Carlisle rubbed his chin, glancing up and down the street at the different businesses. He truly did need to get better acquainted with the community. Then he noticed the shop across the street, Torta al Cioccolato. It belonged to the lady they'd made the scarecrows for. It seemed such a long time ago, and yet Mary had been on his mind a lot over those weeks. What was his brain trying to tell him about her? "Papa," Grace tugged at his hand, "we have to get something yummy."
How about some specialty chocolates?
Oh, yes.
Her little head darted back and forth, searching. Carlisle pointed to the shop.
Oh, that's where our scarecrows were. Alex told me.
Grace pushed out her bottom lip in a pout.
I wanted to see them there.
Perhaps that was part of the reason his daughter had been so glum the whole time they'd been in New York.
Well, perhaps the kind lady who owns the store has some photos. Let us see if she's in today.
He took Grace's hand, preparing to cross the street, but his daughter pulled him to a stop in front of the store next to the daycare center.
"Why do they have curtains on the windows?" Grace asked. "Isn't this a store?"
For a second, Carlisle couldn't imagine why. Then a conversation he'd overheard amongst some of his staff came to mind.
I believe it's one of the Christmas activities they hold in Huckleberry Falls. They have a big lighting ceremony there in the town square, and all the shops do special decorations in their windows.
He glanced down at Grace, wondering how long they had covered the shop windows, and he hadn't noticed.
"Lights?"
His daughter's little face brightened.
"Alex told me about those. He said Santa comes, and there's a big party in the park, and they give giant pink cookies to all the kids. I want to go. Can I? Will you take me, please?"
Let me ask Miss Linda about it tonight at the party, and I'll see if it fits in my schedule.
He took Grace's hand again, glad for the return of her enthusiasm, and they crossed the street. As Mary added a bow to the last package, she glanced at her mother again. Why was she grinning as she texted? Could she have met someone? No, she'd have mentioned it. Would she say something if she had? It'd been nearly 2 years since the tragedy. Mary wasn't the only one who was receiving offers to be set up for blind dates. Her mother was only 51. If they started dating again, how would it change the dynamics of their family? Could Mary stand another man in the role of father to her? Even stepfather? Or her mother might be texting someone with an emergency dress request. Because of the Chamber of Commerce's Christmas ball, the holiday season was very busy. For more than a decade, Mary had spent the last day of November helping her mother get ready for her staff Christmas party. Famous visitors to Huckleberry Falls who discovered the shop were always telling Mary's mother she should advertise more. The daughter of a rancher, who'd never received formal training in clothing design, was always gracious about it, but also always refused. She told them it was presumptuous. Huckleberry Falls was fine for dresses by Linda. "Who was that?" Mary asked when her mother pocketed her phone. It was Carlisle. Mary's pulse quickened, and she took a few slow, regular breaths. It was all because of last night's stupid dream. After the accident, she'd struggled with nightmares of it, though. She'd only seen the remains of the car. Dreaming of something else was a nice change, but not about Carlisle Wyndham kissing her. She blamed Trish for putting the idea there. The woman had brought Carlisle up again at her last appointment. It was bad enough she'd been pointing out potential men for a year now. Mary had been firm about not being interested. Never once had she dreamed of one romantically. Now she'd done it 3 times, each one getting more intense. Why did the first man she felt a spark for have to be one who didn't plan to stay? Not that he was interested in someone simple like her. The memory of last night's dream made her cheeks grow warm. "Are you blushing?" her mother asked softly. No, it's just warm in here. Mary fanned herself, refusing to meet her mother's gaze. Right. Well, all Alex has talked about this evening is how he wished Grace could be here. He must have mentioned the office party to the little darling. She told her father she thought they should be able to come since they'd helped decorate the tree. I told him I agreed. Alex will love that, Mary said, pleased that her voice came out sounding almost normal. Why should your son be the only one? The odd note in her mother's voice made Mary look up. Mom, please, don't you start to. I'm serious. He's a fine man, and he's going to be here for a while. Wouldn't he be the perfect test case for you to start dating again? How could she even begin to explain without talking about those dreams and how they made her feel? Her mother would jump all over that. Mary shook her head. Don't say no yet, sweetheart. You obviously enjoy each other's company. It's possible to date a man without falling in love with him. And your children are crazy good friends. Her mother arched her eyebrows like she used to do when Mary was a teenager. It doesn't matter. He's not going to ask me out. Her mother opened her mouth as though to argue, but stopped at the sound of voices in the hallway. Her staff was arriving. She let out a huff. We'll finish this conversation later. Linda, you won't believe what just happened. Ida, one of the seamstresses, rushed into the room. The owner of the Cynthia Sky Adams design label is in town. I ran into her assistant. Kate's the most charming girl ever and must have the patience of a saint. Anyway, Mrs. Hall, that's what the owner insists everyone call her, needed a gown and sent Kate all the way to Idaho Glen to get one. Someone had recommended dresses by Linda, and Mrs. Hall had a come-apart. She refused to buy anything from a small-town designer. Ida's cheeks were flushed in her indignation. Mary's mother burst out laughing. Oh, Ida, you sweet woman, don't be insulted on my behalf. Life is too short to waste on competitiveness like that. Now, take a deep breath, hang up your coat, and let's party. Smiling to herself, Mary picked up the package she'd wrapped. She loved her mother's approach to business, if not the way she was playing matchmaker. Chapter 7. The party was in full swing when Mary heard a light tapping from the front of the shop. Her mother preferred to welcome her guests, but she was busy, and Mary was close to the door. Her mother glanced up, wearing an impish grin. She nodded toward the front of the building. It was so like high school all over again. Mary hurried to the door and unlocked it. Come in, come in. I got to come, Grace cried once they were inside, her cheeks pink from the cold. I'm glad you did. Mary pointed to the bright lights coming from the back room. Alex is waiting for you back there. One moment, Carlisle said, barely catching the sleeve of his daughter's coat as she darted away. Perhaps Miss Mary can tell us where to put our coats? I'll take them. Mary had already dropped to her knees to undo Grace's zipper. She took a second to put a wild curl back in place. You look perfect. Grace surprised her by throwing her arms around Mary's neck and giving her an impromptu hug. The gesture brought an unexpected burning to her eyes. What a charming child. The little girl then turned and ran to find Alex. A large hand appeared in front of Mary. She took it, and Carlisle pulled her to her feet. It brought them close together and kicked her already heightened awareness into overdrive. Was it her imagination, or did his gaze seem more intense than it had in the past? He smelled so good, and she wished he'd already taken off his gloves so she could feel his hand. His gaze darted to her mouth, and her heart gave a lurch, which both ached and thrilled her. Someone laughed in the other room, breaking the moment. Mary stepped back, and Carlisle released her hand. Her face warm, she turned and headed to the employee coat rack. You can hang yours here. She took a hanger and slipped Grace's coat on it, dismayed to hear shaking in her voice. Carlisle Wyndham had not been thinking about kissing her, and she certainly wouldn't have let him. No matter what her mother thought, this man was dangerous to Mary. Her dreams were proof of that. She'd only known him a few weeks, and already he was getting under her skin. He was taking his time hanging up his own coat and scarf, and she finally glanced at him. The crease between his brows showed something was troubling him. Was he disturbed by what had just not happened? Or had she imagined it? Her mind dreaming up things because of her mom's comment. Mary's chest tightened. That was probably it. He'd been thinking about something at work, some problem which worried him, because he always seemed to be thinking about work. And here she'd been imagining he wanted to kiss her. The party's in the back room. She'd only taken a step toward it when he spoke her name softly. Her stomach knotted, but she took a slow breath and turned to face him.
Gretchen has informed me I must attend one day at the festival, and I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
He winced as though from an unpleasant thought.
I believe you mentioned you would be there, and I wondered if perhaps you could offer me some advice on how I should conduct myself.
The sharp stab of disappointment irritated her. What a fool she was. In a very businesslike manner, she signaled for him to follow her toward the back room. Full of her mother's partying employees, it should help steady Mary's head. Most of the booths are sponsored by local businesses, she said when Carlisle had caught up with her. We have quite a group of artistic types who get booths to sell their wares at the festival. So we'll have artists, authors, jewelry makers, and even some inventors. I'm guessing you'll be there to answer questions about avalanche control at the resort?
Yes. I made the mistake of suggesting one of Gretchen's actual avalanche control team members could attend.
A chagrined look crossed Carlisle's face.
She had to remind me they would be needed on the slopes.
I thought they did that kind of thing in the mornings before skiers got up there.
The recent fluctuations in the weather have contributed to prime avalanche conditions.
His expression had turned serious, even gloomy, and Mary was sure he was thinking about his wife.
He said, Gretchen's people are needed on the slopes and not at a Christmas festival. I should have known better than to suggest it.
Do they already have materials available for you, like videos of conditions skiers should be aware of, or lists of safety materials? Mary now had to raise her voice to be heard over the partiers. Don't they run safety classes up at the resort?
Oh, I'm sure you're correct.
He gave her a relieved grin. It reminded Mary of Grace. What day did she assign you?
Saturday, and I have no idea what to do with my daughter. I would imagine your mother will be there representing her business.
Yeah, Mom will be there every day of the festival. I'm assigned on Saturday, too, and Alex will be with me. If our booths aren't too far from each other, maybe they can entertain each other.
That would be fabulous. Let me see what Nia gave me.
Carlisle pulled out a folded piece of paper which showed a map of the events with one circled. He held it up for her to see.
That is the resort's booth.
The heavens might be smiling on you. She pointed to the booth right next to his. This is the salons, so Alex and I will be nearby. Just be glad we won't be doing perms at the festival. At his confused face, she added, Permanent wave? It's a long and smelly process.
Ah, yes. I recall my grandmother getting those.
Carlisle made a face.
My grandfather complained about how her hair smelled for days afterwards.
Sounds about right. Mary's mother clicked her glass and signaled her daughter to join her. Now that everyone's here, let's eat. Time to open the room, Mary said to Carlisle before heading to the wall. With one employee, she started undoing the latches. They quickly had them all undone and folded the wall. Carlisle hadn't noticed that it was actually a partition dividing a larger room into two. The other room had round tables set with holiday ware, each holding a different centerpiece.
"Oh, Papa,"
Grace breathed from beside him.
"it's beautiful." "You get to sit at our table," Alex said. "Mama always leaves room in case we have extra people come. She loves to make decorations."
Which one is yours?
Carlisle asked the little boy, curious if the one with a miniature Hogwarts castle might be theirs.
"That one."
Alex pointed to the table next to the Harry Potter-themed one. Carlisle took Grace's hand, and the three of them stepped closer to examine it.
Your mother made this?
He asked, impressed with the attention to detail in the woodland scene of miniature animals and sparkling fairy lights. It would fit well in a room with a log cabin decor.
"Yeah."
Alex made a face.
"I wanted superheroes." "It's beautiful,"
Grace said, her little face at the perfect height of the table to be at eye level with it. At a quick flash of light behind Carlisle, he glanced back to find Mary with her phone held out. That was too precious to miss. She stepped beside him and held up the phone so he could see. Mary had focused on Grace, who had one arm resting on the edge of the table and the other one holding her head as she took in the tiny scene.
"Will you send it to me?"
he asked. "Of course." She started typing on her phone.
Have you ever considered doing interior decorating?
"You're not the first one to ask me that." Mary looked suddenly tired. "But it'd mean going back to school. Happy Ducklings and I already split Alex's wake hours about 50-50. At least while he's little and likes my company, I want to be there with him." The others assigned to their table arrived then, and they made introductions. Her words about time with her son stayed with Carlisle throughout the meal. There were a few other people who brought well-behaved children, but it appeared most of the attendees had treated it as a date night. From a few comments, others at the table were making the assumption that he and Mary were there as a couple. He didn't correct them. What did it mean that Mary didn't either? For the first time since Cressy's death, Carlisle wondered if he might be ready to move on. How would that affect Grace? He admired Mary's philosophy of spending as much time with Alex as she could. Looking back on his own time with his daughter, his throat tightened. She'd certainly received the short end of the stick. Did she resent the time he'd spent on the project? Had he prioritized it over spending time with her? His stomach knotted at the thought. He feared he had, and his sweet Grace deserved better. Carlisle was not the only one who'd lost someone precious on that terrible day. He'd needed a reason to face the slopes again, though he doubted he'd ski anymore. He'd forced himself to go to the resort several times a week for the transceiver project. He made a pledge to himself and the memory of Cressy to do better by Grace. While the guests were finishing their desserts, Linda walked to the front of the room. She did quite a good job as a speaker, with a nice balance of seriousness and self-deprecating humor. Apparently, there had been an office contest with humorous awards such as having the most skill in dancing around the issue or being the most likely to give unwanted advice. She and members of the audience referred to things which must be inside jokes because they meant nothing to Carlisle. His grandfather would not approve of Linda's laissez-faire approach to running a business, but it was clear her employees enjoyed working for her. It created a different atmosphere from the one Carlisle had with his team. He could learn a lot from her. "You're quiet," Mary said, leaning closer. "Is this too boring for you?"
"No, I'm finding it quite educational."
Before he could say more, Linda called an end to the meal and directed everyone back to the other room. The caterer's staff was already removing the dishes. "Now we're going to have a gift game." Mary extended her hand to Alex. "You weren't warned, so you don't need to worry about contributing."
"Ah, but we brought candy a la torta. I nearly forgot."
Carlisle's thoughts went back to the moment earlier when he'd considered kissing Mary. It made him forget his manners.
It's still in my overcoat. Let me retrieve it.
When Carlisle returned, everyone had gathered in the first room again and had taken seats in a large circle. Mary waved him over to where she sat with Alex and Grace.
Mary said me and Grace have to share with you guys.
His daughter pushed out her pouty lip.
I wished I'd brought a present. They're grown-up presents anyway,
Alex said with a condescending tone.
Mama said sometimes people bring white elephants, but there weren't any elephants at all, which is dumb.
Carlisle glanced at Mary, who was trying not to laugh.
I want to go back to Grammy's and put the city together,
Grace mumbled.
I'm afraid it's already getting close to your bedtime,
Carlisle said, and his daughter pushed out that lip even further. Mary said something to her softly, and Grace crawled onto her lap. Carlisle watched the two as the group played a strangely light-hearted game of gift-stealing, which resulted in teasing and laughter. It was different from any Christmas party he'd ever attended, yet he found himself relaxing in the shared joviality of the people. Grace fell asleep, and Mary had to enlist Alex's aid to nick her choice of the remaining presents. However, they did all the back and forth without waking his daughter. The package Mary opened, which no one could steal, held a small tool set meant for a child. Carlisle's final gift was a certificate for a pedicure. When he made a face, Mary laughed softly. That was my contribution, and I'm sure Grace will love it. Carlisle glanced at his daughter, her head resting against Mary's shoulder. It made quite a pretty picture.
I was wondering if you might assist me with something,
he said, wondering if this were the right place and time. He didn't wish to make the ball attendance take on more significance than it should, so perhaps this setting would suit. Sure, what do you need?
Gretchen has informed me I must attend the Christmas ball, and I must bring a +1. I was wondering if you were already planning to attend.
I was thinking to go with my mother, Mary blinked. Oh, are you asking me to be your +1? No. Her look of disbelief shifted to one of chagrin, and her cheeks flushed. Of course, you're not. Carlisle felt suddenly like a schoolboy again, asking a girl out for the first time, which was nonsense because things weren't like that between him and Mary. They were both still grieving over their late spouses. Perhaps that was it. Mary hadn't begun dating again either.
But I am asking you. I'm comfortable in your company, and we have many things in common.
Yes, she agreed a little too quickly, her cheeks growing even pinker. Like single parenting and our children being friends. Carlisle didn't understand why his invitation made her uncomfortable. Yes, he'd wanted to kiss her earlier. But more important than that unexpected impulse, he'd found he appreciated her friendship. He didn't wish to do anything to put that in jeopardy.
It was merely a passing thought.
He swallowed the lump, which had grown in his throat. He'd actually been giving it a great deal of thought, and had even begun to look forward to spending the evening with Mary.
I understand completely if you'd prefer to attend with your mother.
What's that? Linda asked, stepping beside Mary.
Your daughter just informed me she was planning to attend the Christmas ball with you.
Did you ask her to come as your guest? Linda asked, sending her daughter a quick, appraising glance.
I did, but...
No buts about it. Mary should go with you. Barb Hurst called me yesterday to say she needed a partner since her husband will be out of town. We'd already been talking about it. Linda stepped back and looked her daughter up and down. And I know just the dress to make for you. With that, she walked away.
I fear I've placed you in an uncomfortable situation, Carlisle said. Please don't feel as though you are obligated to accept my invitation.
I'd love to attend the chamber dance with you. Mary hadn't hesitated to reply. But the smile she wore held a wariness he didn't understand. Perhaps she feared the two of them attending together would change their comfortable camaraderie. Well, he would do his best to put her fears to rest. "That went well," Mary's mother said as they shut the door behind the last of the employees. "And now it's time to think about your gown." "I can just get something off the rack." At her mother's flat look, Mary laughed. "It doesn't have to be anything fancy." "Yes, it does. It's about time you started having a social life. With men again." "Mom, that's a little hypocritical coming from you, isn't it? If I'm going to the ball with a man, you should too." "I'm not getting married again," her mother said, suddenly cross. Mary choked. "Who said anything about marriage? I'm certainly not after Carlisle Wyndham." Then a memory of her most recent dream tried to push its way to the forefront of her mind. She pushed it back. What a nightmare that would be. "Why would it be a nightmare?" her mother asked, now serious. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" "Of course not, sweetheart. But your father and I had 30 wonderful years together." Her mother shook her head. "It'd be unfair to expect any man to compete with that." While Mary and Ray had only had 4 years, she closed her eyes against the stinging. Did her mother really think she had a right to grieve longer because she'd been married longer? "Please don't play matchmaker," she said, her voice tight. "Mr. Wyndham is a pleasant man with a darling daughter my son adores. It's nothing more than that." Mary didn't wait for her mother to argue, but turned and went to get her son, who was playing with the gift she'd won. Chapter 8. Mary glanced up at the chime of the salon's front door. Hannah, one of the high school girls, stood near the counter, looking unsure. Mary was the closest, so she set down her things. "I'll be right back," she said to Trish and went to the counter. "Hi, Hannah. Can I help you? I was wondering if your salon could put up this poster about the contest for the Christmas royalty pageant." Hannah leaned closer. "Cleo's been nominated." "Cleo Klaus? That's fantastic. She used to babysit Alex when he was a baby." "They're announcing the winners at the Christmas ball." Mary took the flyer. "I'll have to check with Alice. Wish Cleo good luck for me." "I will." Hannah grinned and hurried out the door. "I'm looking forward to the chamber ball this year." Trish sent Mary a sly glance. She didn't comment, but spritzed on some hairspray instead. The last thing Mary needed to tell the self-proclaimed matchmaker was about the date with Carlisle for the ball. The thought still did crazy things to Mary's stomach, not all of them unpleasant. She handed Trish the mirror and glanced at the clock. "You're quiet today," the woman said as she rose from the chair. "Is something bothering you?" "It's just that the daycare closes in 3 minutes, and I need to pick up my son." "That's my fault. I'm so sorry I was late today." Trish headed toward the counter. "Why don't you call Millie and have her send him down here?" "That doesn't work for me," because the street outside was already teeming with the first of the festival night visitors in anticipation of turning on the lights in the town square and the arrival of Santa Claus. It was nights like this when Mary gave serious consideration to opening her own shop. Alice, the owner of Le Chevalier Salon, often suffered from selective amnesia when it came to making up the schedule, especially as it related to the children of her employees. Even though Happy Duckling's daycare was only down the street, it was a busy street with lots of strangers, especially during the holidays. Even if Millie would let children check themselves out, Mary would never suggest it. "Are you planning to attend the ball this year?" Trish asked, handing over a $20 bill. "How much do you want back?" Mary asked as she texted the daycare that she'd be on her way soon. You keep the change, and don't just spend it on that cute son of yours." "Wow, Trish, thank you." Mary's heart warmed at the woman's generosity. "Now, about the ball." Trish arched her brows and grinned expectantly. "I'd love to set you up with that gorgeous man if you don't have a date yet." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I've already got one. Thanks again." Mary didn't wait for questions, but hurried back to her station to collect her things. Fortunately, the sidewalks had been cleared, and new snow wasn't expected until the middle of the night, so Mary could run past the already thronging crowds. She burst into the daycare and found not only Alex, but Carlisle and Grace. The handsome man smiled, and his daughter gave a little squeal.
"Miss Mary, Papa changed his meeting tonight so I can see Santa with Alex."
"That's wonderful." Mary prayed Trish wasn't still outside. The woman couldn't look at two single people and not try to match them. "This is a pleasant surprise." "I hope you don't mind that Grace invited us to join you," Carlisle said as he opened the door to the outside. "Not at all." And it wasn't even a lie. Mostly. She enjoyed spending time with Grace and her father. Mary would enjoy it more if she didn't have such vivid dreams after every time she did. The poor man would probably wither in embarrassment if he knew the romantic things his dream self said to her. Grace started telling Mary what she'd done that day, including pulling out a few papers to show her. It was just the kind of thing Alex did, and the sweet, motherless girl twisted Mary's heart almost as much as the child's father did. "Nia, my assistant, was telling me today that Huckleberry Falls has some kind of window festival," Carlisle said when they paused outside of a window which had been papered over. "Yes, it's inspired by the Swiss Adventsfenster. It's an advent calendar sponsored by local businesses. Different ones apply to take part, and the festival committee chooses 24. A different one opens each day through Christmas Eve." Mary stepped over to a small booth and accepted 2 flyers from the volunteer there. She handed one to Carlisle. "This is a map of the windows and their dates to open."
"Oh, Papa, can we see them all?" Grace asked. "There's only a party tonight,"
Alex said, full of his older and wiser superiority. He started listing the activities for the night for the little girl. Probably for the upteenth time. Mary glanced at Carlisle, surprised to find him watching her. She couldn't help standing a little straighter at his scrutiny. Was he reconsidering his invitation to the ball? Part of her hoped he would take it back. It wasn't like they could go incognito. The residents of Huckleberry Falls, which was full of people like Trish Johnson, would make the date into more than it was. More than it could ever be. Even before it was anything. The thought made Mary unexpectedly sad. "Is something wrong?" she asked, keeping her voice soft. Carlisle shook his head, seeming to pull himself out of his thoughts. He smiled fondly at the children. Maybe he hadn't been looking at Mary at all, but thinking of something. Probably work. She needed to pull it together. Her mother and Trish were putting way too many ideas into Mary's head. Carlisle surprised her then by offering her his arm. She took it, irritated with herself at the way the simple gesture made her heart race. That she blamed on the dreams. The 4 of them made their way to the park square. Each year, the town's parks crews set up a temporary stage with a sound system for the opening ceremony. They invited a different choir to sing as part of the program. And, of course, the arrival of Santa and his helper. She sensed someone watching her and scanned the crowd. Trish Johnson was staring at them, her eyes wide and gleeful. Mary gave a mental groan. "Are you familiar with Swiss Christmas traditions?" Mary asked. "Schmutzli?" Carlisle glanced at her, hoping the daycare had prepared the children for Santa's helper. "Ah, so you are. Well, Huckleberry Falls has one. A city council many years ago Americanized the concept. Mary laughed softly. When the movie The Nightmare Before Christmas came out, one of the council members wanted to expand the role of our Schmutzli into something more sinister, but it got voted down. His role is essentially that of the more traditional elf who helps to hand out treats.
I'm glad, Carlisle said, glancing at the children. Grace sometimes frightens easily and at the oddest things.
Millie prepares the children at the daycare center. Mary gave his daughter a light tap on her knitted cap. Did they talk to you about our schmutzli? Grace looked up, her eyes shining. It struck Carlisle how happy she was. Thinking back over the last few months, he decided the real shift out of her sadness, their sadness really, had begun the first time she'd spoken of Alex.
Oh, yes,
Grace cried with an enthusiasm that was becoming normal for her.
He's Santa's helper and wears a brown robe and has a black beard. He watches out for naughty children, Alex added knowingly. I told Grace she's okay because she's always nice.
The mayor stepped up to the podium, dressed in a festive cape and hood, which rivaled Santa's. The surrounding crowd squeezed a little closer. Carlisle put one hand on Grace's shoulder, while Mary did the same to Alex. Without giving it any thought, Carlisle put a hand on her back. When she stiffened the tiniest bit, he almost dropped it. But then she relaxed, so he left it there. Chapter 9.
Can I bring my Legos?
Alex asked on Saturday while Mary packed the things they'd need at the Festival of Trees. Only if you're willing to risk losing some of the pieces. You wouldn't want a sad-looking city with gaps in your buildings. She glanced at the snacks again and added some extras, since they'd likely be sharing with Carlisle and Grace. Mary had to take a slow breath and attempt to calm the fluttering of her heart. She was not supposed to be responding to the man's simple presence like this. She was almost 28 years old and the mother of a 5-year-old son. With so many adult responsibilities, she didn't need to be distracted by Carlisle Wyndham. Or his daughter. Mary was getting as bad as Alex when it came to the little girl. There was something so precious about the child, with her guileless enthusiasm for everything. When Carlisle uprooted her from Huckleberry Falls, Mary and her son would miss them both terribly. Earlier in the week, when they'd attended the lighting ceremony, all Grace had talked about had been the Christmas activities the town sponsored. She'd been upset that Carlisle's office wouldn't have one of the 24 decorated windows. On the days Mary had seen the little girl at the daycare, Grace had still been lecturing her father to be sure to have a window next year for his business. Carlisle had looked a little weary of the topic. Would they move back to England when they completed his project? The thought of the two of them leaving Huckleberry Falls bothered Mary more than a little. And it bothered her even more that it bothered her so much.
Mama, are you mad?
Alex asked, his little face scrunched with concern. No, why?
Because you were frowning. You look kind of sad, too.
Her sweet little son threw himself at her and wrapped his arms around her waist. I'm fine. Mary brushed his hair back from his face. I'll be trusting you to keep an eye on Grace. You two have to stay behind the table and not wander off without an adult. Both her father and I will be busy with the public.
I know, Mama. I've done this before.
His superior attitude made her smile. She had a feeling she'd be in for it when he became a teenager. I love you, my little man, but it'll be different from helping at Grammy's booth. She gave him a quick hug. Let's get going so I have time to set up everything. Later, when Mary was satisfied with the salon's display, she and Alex had plenty of time to check out the booths. They stopped at her mother's last. Can I help with anything? Mary asked while Alex threw his arms around his grandmother and gave her a quick hug. I have plenty of help, but when I was coming in the last time, I noticed Carlisle pull up. He looked a little overwhelmed. Her mother arched her brows knowingly. I'll bet he's going to need some help.
Mama, let's go help Grace's papa.
Alex was already tugging on Mary's hand. I guess I'll see you later. She sent her mother a disapproving glance, which only made her laugh. Meddling mothers. Mary had to pull Alex back a few times to keep him from running off into the growing crowd. Saturday, which was the last day of the festival, was always the busiest. People came from all over the state, plus Idaho and Utah, for their festival trees and frequently stayed the night in one of the town's hotels to take part in other Christmas festivities.
There's Grace!
Alex broke free and ran ahead. Mary hurried after him, but slowed when she noticed a pretty woman with amazing dreadlocks helping Carlisle set up a display board. The two were talking like they knew each other well, and Mary wondered who the woman was. He glanced up then and noticed Mary's approaching. He smiled and her nervous system went wild. It was like the more she told herself she couldn't be attracted to him, the harder her mind and body worked to make it a lie. Carlisle said something to the woman at his side, and she turned around. The assessing look the woman gave Mary could have been both intimidating and insulting. But then the woman grinned and said something low to Carlisle. He flushed. What was that about? Grace noticed right away that you've already set up your booth, Carlisle said. Mary, I think I may have mentioned my assistant Nia before. Nia Morris, this is Mary Hurst. It's nice to meet you, Nia said. Little Grace talks about your son all the time. He's been good for her. She raised on her tiptoes to whisper something to Carlisle. Once again, his cheeks darkened and a crease appeared between his brows. The woman gave a soft laugh, patted him on the arm, and waved at Mary and the children before leaving. The apparent relationship between Carlisle and his assistant reminded Mary of the kind her mother had with her employees. They were as much friends as anything else. Could there be something more than friendship between them? Irritated at the twinge of jealousy, Mary turned to the children. Let's get the two of you set up for the day. How would you like to do this? Carlisle asked, stepping closer to Mary. She caught a whiff of him. Dang, but he smelled good. We're fortunate they didn't give us corner booths along a thoroughfare. This way, we have a nice space in the back between our booths, which can be the children's play area. Tell me what to do, Carlisle said, and they went to work. When they'd finished, Mary checked the time. They had about 15 minutes before the doors would open to the public. She glanced at the other hairstylist, who was looking at something on her phone. Coletta, you okay if we take the kids around for a couple of minutes before the festival opens? Mary asked. Go ahead, the woman said, shooting an appraising look at Carlisle. She mouthed to Mary, eye candy, and winked. She sent Coletta a warning look, but the stylist only grinned. Mary turned toward the children and found Carlisle watching her. Had he been able to make out what the girl had mouthed? How embarrassing. But it also reminded her that his own co-worker had said something to Carlisle about Mary. She decided to pretend nothing had happened. Let's take a look at some Christmas trees while we have a chance. She signaled the children to come over. The kids chattered happily as they made their way through the festival area, sometimes wanting to stop to watch as others set up their booths. This is quite lovely, Carlisle said when they reached the divider, which split the booths from where the trees were displayed. The organizers work really hard every year to make sure it looks like a winter wonderland. It's good marketing because the right atmosphere helps the trees look their best. Mary paused. She could almost hear her father's voice calling Alex to slow down and see Ray chasing after their son. A lump formed in her throat. Too many memories? Carlisle asked, watching her with concern. We didn't come last year. And the year before that, my dad and Ray were here with us. Carlisle surprised Mary by taking her hand.
I understand completely.
How are you coping with your own loss? She asked, her voice soft.
To be honest, I've recently realized that I haven't been.
Carlisle stared off into the distance.
We've been running from our memories. Being in America has made it easier.
His gaze shifted to Mary, and something in it sent a shiver down her spine.
We've been doing better lately.
Come on, Mama.
Alex tugged at her free hand with Grace dancing at his side, her little face alight with excitement. You hold on to Grace, she said to her son.
I'll take care of her.
Alex took the child's hand, and his gaze shifted to where Carlisle still held Mary's hand.
And her papa can protect you, too.
He and Grace then skipped into the forest wonderland before them.
Alex has quite the protective instinct, doesn't he?
Carlisle asked as they followed the children. He does. Mary hadn't expected the memories to be so strong, nor how emotional they'd make her. Carlisle's understanding made her grateful for the support of his hand in hers as they wandered through the trees. They paused with the children in front of a 3-tree collection with a theme around the 3 kings, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Remember to look with your eyes and not with your hands, when Alex still reached toward one of the miniature bottles. Mary added, If you can't make your hand behave, put it in your pocket. He shot her a sheepish grin, but did as she said. They strolled through the trees for a few more minutes, and then Mary suggested they head back to the booth area. Thank you, she said to Carlisle when they stepped out of the indoor forest of Christmas trees.
It's been my pleasure. Except for my grandfather's home, neither Grace nor I have faced visiting places filled with memories of my late wife.
Take a friend with you, Mary said with a smile, her eyes stinging. It'll make all the difference in the world.
Friend.
Carlisle considered the word as they made their way back to the booths. Yes, Mary had become a friend. Would it be wise to take Nia's advice to make it more? What would happen to their easy relationship if things didn't work out? And the children? Grace was already wild about Grammy. Would his daughter be crushed if things became awkward? He shot a sidelong glance at Mary. Would it be worth the risk? Later, during a lull in visitors to the booth, Carlisle reflected that answering questions from the mass of people attending the festival had turned out to be more and less difficult than he'd expected. Most people made simple inquiries about things like the cost of ski passes and hours of operation, information they could glean by reading the posters the resort had provided for the booth. Or he simply handed out pamphlets, which Gretchen's staff had also provided. Only occasionally did someone actually inquire about avalanche control. And a fair number of women paused to flirt with him, something he'd not expected at all. Mary maintained a small line almost the entire time. It appeared the salon she worked for must have advertised the painting options because both she and the other stylist greeted several of the people by name. They did a good job of handing out business cards to new people. The other hairstylist had a dab hand at face painting for the children and makeup for the adults. Mary did quite a clever job with the nail painting. She did, however, have to hold firm several times when people wanted her to paint their toenails. Carlisle overheard her explain several times that it wasn't possible because she didn't have the facilities at the booth to clean their feet. The first time he heard her say that, he shuddered at the thought of painting someone's stinky toenails. She'd refused with finesse and diplomacy. He did find it curious that her employer would have the 2 stylists provide services the salon didn't. Not that he had much experience in the beauty industry, aside from collecting Cressy after an appointment to have her hair or nails done.
Why does your salon offer face painting?
He asked Mary when there was finally a lull in her customers. It draws people. They bring their kids over to get their faces painted, and we rave about the services the salon provides. Mary straightened and arched her back.
Where does it hurt?
Carlisle started massaging her shoulders. I got jumped on in a pool when I was a kid, and it bothers me when I have to sit hunched over for long periods of time. The top of my spine goes numb. A little more toward the center? Right there. She gave a soft groan. Carlisle tried to focus on the knotted muscles under his fingers, but he found himself instead conscious of the slender, graceful neck with curling wisps of beautiful dark hair. He wanted nothing more than to lean forward and kiss the soft skin of Mary's neck. He shifted his hand from her shoulder to the back curve of her jaw. She stilled under his touch, and her breath caught. The soft sound reminded him they weren't alone. Carlisle dropped his hands, surprised at how powerful his pull to her had been. Mary stepped away, her color heightened. He glanced at her co-worker. She stared at them incredulously, her eyes round.
Would you like a neck massage as well?
He asked lamely, and felt the idiot afterwards, especially when the young woman shook her head vehemently. What must she think of him? His heart sank. What did Mary think of him?
This would perhaps be a good time to take the children to the restroom,
he suggested, though he found he couldn't meet her gaze. Good idea. You can take Alex, and I'll take Grace. Mary extended a hand to his daughter, and Carlisle finally looked up to meet Mary's gaze. She was no longer flushed, but she definitely had a question in her eyes, and something he hadn't expected. Fear. When they returned home that night, Mary had to carry Alex inside. A day helping with the festival was always a draining one, but today had been particularly so. She'd never actually worked one before, always simply helping her mother in the past. Being on the job for the salon had given Mary less freedom, which she found she hadn't liked. Her thoughts drifted again to what it'd be like if she owned her own shop, or had a boss she liked. She told herself it was a waste of time. She made a good living where she was, and her focus now was on Alex. She considered how emotional she'd gotten while visiting the trees. She hadn't expected that. It'd been nearly 2 years now, and she thought there weren't any more surprises to make her stumble. Carlisle, at Mary's side, had helped more than she could have imagined. Something in his manner, as he offered her support, had made her wonder if he were dealing with his own holiday memories. Maybe that's why so much comfort had radiated from him. She liked the idea that she might have given him some comfort back. Unbidden, she recalled his impromptu neck massage, and a delicious tingle ran down her spine. His tender touch had elicited feelings she'd almost forgotten, emotions she wasn't sure she wanted to awaken. And definitely not for him. He wasn't going to stay here. He'd finish his special project meant to honor his late wife, and then he'd leave and take his charming little girl away with him. Her mother's suggestion of using him as a practice run was dangerous, and Mary knew it. Besides, she didn't like the way the idea made her feel, like she'd be one of those women who used men and then cast them aside. Carlisle Wyndham wasn't anything like those rich, snobby people she'd met before. He was a good man who'd loved his wife and was crazy about his daughter. He had a tender heart, and he was Mary's friend. When the time came for him to love again, she wanted him to find a woman who would be good for him and for Grace. Alex had barely stirred enough to help get into his pajamas. She put him into his bed, drew up the covers, and kissed his forehead. Was Carlisle having a hard time getting Grace ready for bed, too? Mary resisted the temptation to call him and find out. They'd likely talk for hours, though, and she had to get up early. She and Alex had plans to visit Ray's mother out at the ranch. Those were always long days, in the home where her first love had grown up, seeing the things he'd loved. Mary would get back on 2 feet. Because Carlisle Wyndham was seriously messing with her head, and she was spending too much time in the clouds. She couldn't afford to set herself up to be heartbroken when he left, if it wasn't too late already. Chapter 10. "So, boss?" Nia asked when Carlisle entered the office on Monday morning. "How'd it go at the festival? I want you to know I had to pull some major strings to get them to move your booth next to the one for the salon." He stopped in the process of removing his overcoat and slowly turned to face her. "That wasn't happenstance. You arranged it?" "Of course I did." His assistant grinned. "Sometimes things need a little help, and I didn't think it would hurt for you to spend a day in her company." To gather his thoughts, Carlisle took his time hanging up his coat. He wasn't sure what he thought about his assistant, good friend though she'd become, interfering in his personal life. "But you only met her for the first time on Saturday," he finally said. Nia folded her arms and pinned him with a hard gaze. "Excuse me, but you and Grace have done nothing but talk about Mary Hurst and her son Alex for weeks, since before Halloween. Even while we were in New York for those 2 weeks, your daughter did nothing but pine for her little friend, so I've been asking around town about them." "Oh?" Carlisle tried to keep his voice sounding neutral. "And what did you discover?" "That they're good people. Mary and her mother have been involved in local charities their entire lives. The mother is a well-respected dressmaker, famous in some circles, but doesn't act like it. They may not have the traditional connections the grandson of an earl might look for, but there's nothing in there that would embarrass your family." Carlisle refused to be pushed into a relationship not of his choosing. He'd put up with enough of that from his grandfather, always pressing for a prestigious connection. Carlisle had proposed to Cressy as much for love as because he'd known the old man wouldn't approve. And he hadn't, but Cressy had slowly won the Earl's reluctant approval. "What are you suggesting, Nia?" Carlisle asked, his tone flat. "No, don't you go and get that attitude with me." Nia shook her finger at him. "I knew and respected Miss Cressy, and I know how much the two of you meant to each other. But I can also guarantee you that she wouldn't want you to spend the rest of your life alone. You need to start living again, and Grace deserves to have a mother figure in her life who loves her. That's all I'm saying. Now, I've got some work to do." Carlisle's assistant left him standing in his office. Nia had it right, at least in part. Mary Hurst was the most comfortable woman he'd ever spent time with. Things between them never felt forced, but he'd already argued with himself about the wisdom of seeking more than friendship with her, especially after that slip at the festival. He turned on his computer and took the mail from his inbox. He'd be lying to himself if he refused to admit he found Mary attractive. Besides being lovely to look at, there was something in her personality which drew him to her. After wandering in the dark for so long, he and Grace had found light in Mary and Alex's company. But did she see him as anything more than Grace's father, or simply someone who understood what it was like to lose a spouse? The office phone rang, and Carlisle set aside his musings. He had work to do, and had best get to it. He must complete this project before he considered moving on with his life. "Mary," the owner of Le Chevelure Hair Salon called from her office, before closing the door. "I'd like to speak with you when you're done with your client." "Sure thing." What was Alice up to this time? Not one stylist who was called into her office left happy. The owner was always looking for ways to improve her business and was willing to try new things. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but it almost always involved one or more of her employees getting pulled into something not of their choosing. Mary had a bad feeling it was about the nail design she'd done on Saturday. It turned out to be a big hit. While she enjoyed the artistic side of it, she didn't want to do it full time. Bending over someone's nails was even harder on her back than standing on her feet all day to do hair. Mary let out a deep breath. "You ought to open your own shop," her client whispered. "I'd come to wherever you worked." "That's sweet of you, Mrs. Linderman," Mary said, adding a bit of hairspray to hold the style. "I've learned from watching my mother how much is involved in running your own business. At the moment, I've got a young son who needs my time more than I need independence." "I'd love to work for you," Coletta said as she backcombed her client's hair. "You're always so nice to everyone." "Let's be fair. It's because I'm a co-worker, not the boss." "I could be the boss." Ellie had been talking even more lately about opening her own shop. That was one reason Mary had given it any thought. "You'd be a good boss, too." She handed Mrs. Lindeman a handheld mirror. "Do you want me to change anything?" "It looks beautiful as ever. I've only just convinced my husband to take me to the chamber ball, so I need to see if you have any openings to do my hair." The older woman put on a pleading expression. "I'm really hoping you can work me in." "I think I'm booked, but let's check the schedule." "Are you going with that guy from the festival?" Coletta asked, her voice growing louder with excitement, and everyone in the shop looked at Mary. "What guy?" Ellie asked. "Oh my gosh," Coletta cried. "He's a total GQ babe magnet. You should have been there to see him give Mary a neck massage. I totally wished I'd thought to record it with my phone. It was so hot I about melted watching the two of them." "Stop it," Mary chided, her face flushing as she tried to keep a light note in her voice. "It wasn't anything like that. Alex is best friends with Carlisle's daughter, and my mom sometimes tends her. That's all there is to it." "You keep telling yourself that, chica." Coletta put her hands on her hips. "I know chemistry when I see it, and you two have it." "Is he the man Trish saw you with at the Christmas lights ceremony?" Mrs. Linderman asked. "Because she got excited when she saw you there with him. She mentioned how handsome he is, too. And you know her. Trish Johnson's always had an eye for a good-looking man." "She ought to," another customer added dryly. "She's married enough of 'em." "Poor thing," Mrs. Lindeman said as she finally stepped toward the front counter. "It was bad enough for me to be widowed once. I can't imagine burying 4 husbands." Mary couldn't either. When she finished ringing up Mrs. Linderman, Mary was about to head to see what Alice wanted when Ellie stopped her. "Would you really not want to own your own shop?" she asked. "I like the idea of being my own boss because I'd get to help set the atmosphere and focus. It might be for me someday, but not until my son is a lot older. Alex already lost so much when Ray died. I won't make him take second place to a business, not when I've got a perfectly good job here." "That's a good point," Ellie said, looking thoughtful. "But don't close all doors at the possibility. Just in case an opportunity presents itself that would work for you." "Do you have something up your sleeve?" Mary asked, eyeing her friend. "You know me." Ellie grinned and turned to the counter to collect her next client. "Let's talk then if you find something." "I will," Ellie called over her shoulder. Mary tapped on the owner's door and walked in when the woman bade her enter. "Have a seat." Alice indicated the chair on the other side of her desk. She very much modeled herself as a businesswoman and not just a hairstylist. Except for her brusque and overly critical manner, she did an excellent job teaching new hairstylists. Knowing she hadn't done anything wrong, Mary didn't ask her boss what she wanted. Alice steepled her hands on the desk and sat quietly for a few seconds. The only other time she'd done that was just before she broached something she knew Mary wouldn't like. So Mary just sat expectantly and waited. She wasn't going to make it easy on her boss. The nail painting was a great success on Saturday. I received a number of calls about it, and our webpage has blown up with positive reviews. Alice cleared her throat. I know you've said you don't wish to do it full time. When you broached offering it as a service to her last time, I told you then it's an artistic thing for me. It's a hobby and not a job. Besides, it's hard on my back. Mary explained about the pool injury. I'd be happy to train the other stylists. It'd let you offer the service, but not make one person carry all the weight. As Mary had continued to speak, Alice's face grew red, a sure sign the woman was getting angry. If she thought an employee stood in the way of upgrading her salon, she could turn pig-headed and mean. But there were other salons in Huckleberry Falls where Mary could work. If worse came to worst, she could open her own. But she hadn't been kidding when she told Ellie she didn't want to be the boss while her son was young, and she liked the location so close to the daycare center. The other shops in town were not nearly so conveniently located. I won't do it full time, Mary said the words calmly but firmly. You won't do it? Alice leaned forward and rested her elbows on her desk. I need employees who are team players. I thought I could count on you to be one of them. I am a team player, and you know it, Alice. But within reason. You hired me as a hairstylist, not a nail artist. There are high school art students who could do it as a part-time job. Mary stood. I've got a client who should be here soon, and I still have to clean my station, unless you intend to fire me. Mary left the owner muttering in her office. What was with her lately anyway? The salon was doing well, if not for Alice forever trying to turn the shop into an upscale place where only the rich and famous could afford to have their hair done. They'd probably be doing even better business. Huckleberry Falls had a lot of wealthy residents, but most of them were only there for part of the year. Some people loved the winter months and the snow with all the outdoor activities it provided. Others preferred the summer, which received the highest number of visitors each year. But there were plenty of people in town who were just regular people, and they couldn't afford a fancy haircut. The afternoon passed slower than usual, probably because Mary kept glancing at Alice's office door. Hopefully the woman had contacted the high school to see if there were any kids who might be interested in some kind of internship. Yes, Mary has one opening. The odd intonation in Coletta's voice pulled Mary from her musings. Excellent, a familiar male voice said. Mary met Carlisle's gaze and raised a hand in acknowledgement, though she refused to look at Coletta. Naturally, Mary's cheeks went warm. All he'd done was smile that wonderful smile of his and take a seat. She went back to brushing away the hair from Tricia's neck and shoulders. She sat there, smirking at Mary through the mirror, her eyes shining with that same look of glee she'd worn at the lighting activity. How's that? Mary asked, holding out the mirror to the older woman. It looks as lovely as usual. Trish slowly rose from the chair and leaned in to say to Mary, I hope you have a pleasant evening. Mary didn't respond, but walked ahead of the woman and rang up the charge. I'll see you at the ball. Trish sent Carlisle a huge grin and waggled her eyebrows as she passed him. Carlisle, I'll be just a minute. I need to clean up my station first. Mary indicated he should stay seated. She and Carlisle had spent almost every evening together because Alex was determined Grace should get to see each new window. The man was as easy to talk to as he was to look at, and Mary had dreamed about him every night this week. And here he was at her work. He must have left his office early. Drat Coletta for babbling about the neck rub. Now it felt like everyone in the salon, whether employee or client, was watching Mary. She hurriedly swept up the hair and put everything in order before going to the front of the salon again to retrieve him.
"I hope it's not a problem I came to you,"
he said softly as she took his overcoat from him and hung it on a hook. "I'd have cut your hair for free because you're a friend." Something crossed his face at her use of the word friend. It reminded her of someone accepting a challenge. Mary's hand took on a definite tremble. What if she made a mess of his haircut now? The only difference is that we'd have done it either at my place or my mother's one evening when you came to pick up Grace. Let's shampoo your hair first. That would give her time to settle her nerves. Mary wrapped the small towel around his neck and had him settle into the chair. He closed his eyes, his face relaxed, more so than she'd ever seen him. Since her salon advertised a scalp massage as a bonus with the shampoo, the sinks weren't against the wall, and she had easy access to the top and sides of his head. She concentrated on the familiarity of wetting his hair and lathering in the shampoo. Mary didn't make small talk like she normally would. She couldn't think what to say. Once she'd rinsed his hair of the shampoo and rubbed in the conditioner, she cupped his head in her hands and began the process of working out the knots and his muscles. How much stress did he place on himself? Did he worry about Grace, along with finishing that beacon? Or did it have to do with him and Grace having been in Huckleberry Falls for months now, but still not having a home? A whiff of Carlisle's aftershave broke through the smell of the conditioner. How could he smell so good this late in the day? And it wasn't even that expensive cologne he wore sometimes. She'd spent enough time around him to know it was how he smelled that appealed to her. An unexpected sense of intimacy made her soften the pressure of her hands. Standing at his side, Mary massaged the crown of his head down to his ears, her touch now almost a caress. As she worked her fingers along the base of his hairline toward the back, she leaned closer, their faces only inches apart. Her dream from last night flashed through her mind. Carlisle popped open his eyes almost as though he could read her thoughts. His gaze met hers, his eyelids hooded, the blood vessel in his throat pulsing so fast it matched her racing heartbeat. She brought her hands forward and massaged from the back of his jaw toward the front. His well-shaped mouth drew her gaze. She wanted to press her lips to his, to feel the warmth of his skin on hers, to taste him like she had in the dream. Carlisle's breath hitched, jerking Mary from her memory. Her body went hot now for a different reason. "I want a massage like that one," old Mr. Pettigrew said, pointing at Mary. She straightened and glanced around the large room where both stylists and clients were smirking. How embarrassing. She moved to the top of the sink again to finish rinsing. "Are you planning to live at the bed and breakfast for all of your stay in Huckleberry Falls?" Mary forced her voice to sound normal.
"It's not my intention, no."
His voice came out a little tight. Had she made him uncomfortable? Now Mary felt doubly ashamed of her behavior. "Have you and Grace been out house hunting, then?"
"I'm afraid not. My busy schedule hasn't permitted it."
"Yeah, it can be hard to set up a house around the holidays anyway." Mary finished towel-drying his hair and led him to her station. She couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze, concentrating only on the cut until she'd finished. "No charge," she said as she handed him his overcoat.
"Of course you'll charge me."
"I don't charge friends."
"What about the cost of supplies?"
Mary finally met Carlisle's gaze, surprised at the compassion there. She even understood the worry she saw. especially about her lapse. After being careful for nearly 2 years, she'd gone and fallen for a man there was no hope for a future with.
Mary.
No. Have a good evening, Mr. Wyndham. She turned her back on him and grabbed the broom to clean her station. Chapter 11. Confused, Carlisle stood and watched Mary for a second before making his way to the front of the salon. He didn't understand what had happened. The memory of her hands on his face, of the warmth in her eyes, made his heart race again. It was something he'd imagined, though not with a room full of witnesses, and it had confirmed his hopes for them. And then she'd shut down, just like that. What was she afraid of? Psst! Carlisle paused in reaching for the door handle and glanced over his shoulder. Another stylist on the other side of the room from Mary's station was waving him over. He hesitated only a second before joining the unknown woman. "Don't give up on her," she said, her eyes almost pleading.
Give up?
"On Mary." The middle-aged stylist shot a quick glance toward the front of the salon before continuing. "Since she's been seeing you, she's come alive again, even if she'd never admit it. She's scared herself now, though." Was Mary afraid of him? Did she believe his attentions toward her were insincere? If you care for her at all, and I can see you do, don't let her push you away. I'm just saying. The woman pointed to the door and gave him a gentle push toward it. Carlisle left the salon even more confused. Nia's confession had gotten him thinking about his relationship with Mary. He'd accepted that his growing affection for her had come before his assistant's unwanted meddling, and he couldn't complain about that day spent near Mary, nor so many of the evenings since. Every moment in her company made him wish for more. He'd meant to be her last appointment today, so they could walk together to collect their children. After her chilly send-off, he didn't know what to do. He glanced back at the shop and found the motherly woman watching him. She gave him an encouraging nod before indicating the side of the shop where Mary's station was located. A couple of the younger stylists and even 2 of the clients did the same. Were they all watching him? Then the glass door opened and Mary stepped out, but she didn't look at him. Instead, she stared at the cowboy driver of the sleigh which took tourists around town. If she hadn't had a worried look on her face, Carlisle would have been jealous. She glanced back at the salon. Only when she looked back did she see him. Mary hesitated, her face coloring again.
Is there a problem with the sleigh ride?
He asked, searching for something to break the ice. Wes is just an old boyfriend of Ellie's. I hadn't heard he was back in town. She's been through enough and doesn't need him breaking her heart again. Mary headed up the sidewalk toward Happy Ducklings, and Carlisle had to hurry to catch up with her. I thought you'd have already gone to pick up Grace.
I was waiting for you,
he said. Mary stopped. Carlisle,
I was merely hoping you and Alex might help Grace and I to find a suitable house.
He blurted, his instincts telling him she was about to break things off between them. Not until that moment in the salon, when he'd opened his eyes to find her so close, her touch tender, had he accepted the depth of his growing feelings for her. He was in love with Mary Hurst, something he'd never believed he would experience again. Over the weeks he'd gotten to know this woman, she'd slowly broken down his wall of grief and shown him there was life on the other side. And she cared for him, too. He was sure of it. So why was she resistant to something between them? I don't know. Mary shivered.
May I take you to dinner tonight? We need to talk.
When she shook her head, a fear of losing her struck him. She must understand. He took her hand.
Mary, I'm falling in love with you.
Her mind froze when his words echoed the ones he'd said to Mary in last night's dream. Was that what this was? Just another in a long stream of nighttime fantasies? I don't...
Please don't lie to me,
he interrupted, the words tender as he lifted his free hand and touched her cheek.
Or yourself. I saw it in your eyes. You care for me too.
Mary shifted her gaze away from him and allowed her cheek to rest against his hand for a second. She couldn't let this go on. As she straightened, the ground seemed unsteady. We do need to talk, Carlisle, but I doubt you'll like what I'm going to say. She stepped away, but he extended his hand. Why was he making this so hard? If he could see in her eyes how she felt, why couldn't he tell this would never work? Why would he force the issue? When he continued to hold out his hand, she wrapped her fingers around his bicep instead. He bent his elbow and covered her hand with his other one. Together, they walked to the daycare to pick up their children.
Mary, I'm falling in love with you.
Her head still reeled at how quickly things had changed between them. For Pete's sake, she'd lost her head and nearly kissed a client in her salon, in front of a crowd of Huckleberry Falls busybodies, no less. And he'd said the L word. When they entered the daycare, the huge grin on Millie's face made it clear someone from the salon had already been there. Holding his arm must have confirmed the rumor for the woman, because she looked ecstatic. "Mama!" Alex cried and ran to give her a hug, and Mary had a reason to let go of Carlisle. "Papa!" Grace skipped to her father, who picked up the little girl, but he put his free hand on Mary's back. The man was definitely making a statement. Was this her fault? Had she led him on, made him think she cared for him as more than a friend? Except it wasn't leading him on. She did care. He and Grace had wiggled their way so deeply into her life over the past months that Mary's heart broke a little more each day to know they'd leave.
Should we contact your mother about possibly tending them? Carlisle asked. Or should we see if Lisbeth at the B&B will be available this evening?
My mother will be home, but she's working on my dress for the ball. The ball! When Mary broke things off with Carlisle tonight, all her mother's work would have been for nothing.
I'll call her.
Carlisle already had his phone out and was dialing. He must have put it on speaker because her mother's voice answered so everyone in the room could hear.
Miss Linda, I would like to take your daughter out for dinner tonight to have an important conversation. Would you be available to watch our children?
Millie sighed when he mentioned an important conversation. Now the woman would be expecting something happy to happen tonight. "Bring them over," her mother said, her voice excited.
Perfect,
Carlisle said, holding Mary's gaze.
We're just collecting the children now.
If his take-charge attitude continued, she'd need to tell him that no man was going to step into her life and start bossing her around. She and Ray had struggled with the same thing when they'd first started dating, and she'd almost broken up with him. When he'd realized she was serious, he learned to stop assuming things and to ask her opinion. Mary chided herself at the thought. It didn't matter. She was breaking things off tonight. All she had to do was get through this dinner. "Alex," she said, "would you and Grace like to spend some time with Grammy tonight?" "Yes, yes," the children said at the same time as they began dancing around. "I'll meet you there," Mary said as she took Alex's hand. She started to turn, but Carlisle clasped her arm.
Please, don't be angry with me,
he said, his voice soft.
This has taken me by surprise as well.
The tenderness had returned to his eyes. It was doing something weird to her body, and her knees went a little wobbly. Maybe her blood sugar was low or something. "I didn't see it coming," Mary admitted.
"I understand."
Carlisle touched her cheek with his left hand.
"We can talk it all out."
Mary forced herself to keep Alex's hand in hers, resisting the urge to throw her arms around Carlisle's neck and kiss him. Seriously, what was wrong with her today? "We'll talk," she said, careful to keep her tone neutral. She'd already given him the wrong impression in the salon. Nothing she did tonight could reinforce that. Carlisle and Grace followed them to her mother's. He made no attempt to take her hand as they walked into the house, for which Mary was grateful. Her mother had probably already misunderstood how things were going to go tonight. "I'll drive if it's okay," Mary said when they'd left the house. "Your little car makes me nervous."
"I'm quite an excellent driver, and it has good tires,"
Carlisle said, his tone defensive. "It's not a reflection of your driving." She clicked the key fob to unlock her car, and he opened the driver's door. She said, "You know, my husband and father died in a car crash, so I'm especially sensitive. Alex has missed out on a few activities with friends because I didn't approve of either the family's vehicle or the parents' driving."
"That I understand. I visit the resort with the team to conduct tests on the transceiver, but I've yet to bring myself to ski again."
Carlisle closed the door and got in the passenger side. He was silent until she pulled away from her mother's house.
"Where would you like to eat?"
"Have you had Wyomatas yet?" she asked.
"I don't believe I've ever heard of them."
"Then you've missed out on a treat. It's too bad it's December." Mary shot him a sidelong glance. "I'm in the mood for local food. Is that all right?"
"I would love to try your Western fare, but tell me what this Wyomato is."
"Tomatoes, but with a Wyoming twist. They're grown in Big Piney and are really sought after during the season."
"I look forward to trying them next summer."
"Let's go to Dan's then. It's a little hole-in-the-wall diner. Everything's worn out, but the food's some of the best you'll find."
"Brilliant."
Mary wondered if Carlisle would begin talking about what had happened earlier. When he didn't, she allowed her breathing to calm. She found a parking place across the street and waited for him to open her door. When he offered her his arm, she took it. If he was going to push a talk about serious stuff, she was going to enjoy his dismay at the diner. She doubted his high-bred experiences would have taken him to a place like it. When she stepped toward the door of the narrow building, Carlisle finally hesitated. "Do you trust me?" she asked, unable to keep the corner of her mouth from twitching.
"Are you pranking me?" he asked, disbelieving.
"I'm not. I promise you won't be sorry."
"All right."
Carlisle opened the door for her where an older woman was talking to a cashier, the narrow room full of people talking and eating. The wonderful aroma of roasting meat and baking bread hit them, and his brows shot up. Mary hadn't meant to take his arm, but she found herself doing it anyway. His entire face lit up. "Just two?" The older woman's gum popped, and she gave Carlisle an appraising look.
"Yes, 2.
He said. The hostess grabbed a couple of menus and led them to the main dining section in the rear.
"This is much larger than it appears from the outside."
Carlisle held Mary's chair for her as if they were in a fancy restaurant. "It's a fun surprise for visitors to the area." Mary accepted a menu from the hostess. "I hear the owner has had an opportunity to purchase some of the storefronts out on the street to enlarge the place, but he likes the unexpected." While the waiter brought their drinks and then took their orders, they chatted about daily things. Her muscles relaxed a little at the easy conversation, like one of dozens they'd had in the last few weeks. She could almost forget they were about to have an important conversation. Mary's mind kept flitting between two things, the massage and his declaration that he was falling in love with her. She felt like she'd been caught in a sneak attack, mugged by love. The thought made her chuckle softly.
"What's funny?"
She sobered immediately. He watched her, his face gentle, but he wore a worried crease between his brows. She didn't want to hurt him, But wasn't it better to break things off now than to let their feelings grow deeper and still have to say goodbye? Things would have been good, safer, if they'd just stayed friends.
Mary?
Carlisle asked as he covered her hand on the table with his. Taking a deep breath, she met his gaze. I'm sorry for a lot of things. Embarrassed, she had to look down at her hands, especially today.
I'm not sorry, he said, his words soft. Please, look at me.
The savory smells around them were making her a little queasy, but she forced herself to meet his gaze. Dang, but he was a good-looking man, and his loving expression almost undid her.
I've been wondering how you felt about me, aside from friendship.
Carlisle ran his thumb over the top of her hand.
I saw it in your eyes this afternoon, and it gave me hope.
There was that crease between his brows again. Mary wanted desperately to smooth it, but she forced her hands to stay where they were. She didn't want to be the cause of more grief in his life. She had to make him understand. I'm never moving from Huckleberry Falls, so I can't get involved with anyone who doesn't make his home here. Carlisle straightened, and his frown grew larger.
Why?
You already know I lost my father in the same accident that killed my husband. Mary slowly slid her hand out from under his. My brother and his family moved to California last summer. My mom was an only child, and her parents are dead. Alex and I are her only family. If I moved, that'd leave my mother here alone. I won't desert her. His expression had turned contemplative and more than a little troubled. Fortunately, the server arrived with their food. Once they were alone again, Carlisle picked up his fork. Mary did too, and he began to eat in silence. The heaviness in her heart continued to grow as she pushed the food around on her plate. She didn't try to eat. There was no way she could have gotten anything past the lump in her throat. When Carlisle pushed his partly eaten meal away from him, she looked up. He scooted his chair closer and put his arm around the back of her chair. Was he going to try to talk her out of it?
Other than the fact that I don't have a permanent residence in Huckleberry Falls, is there any other reason you'd be opposed to dating me?
Mary shifted in her chair, which was a mistake because it let her look into those gorgeous dark eyes. Would he consider staying here? Have you ever thought about moving permanently to a small Wyoming town? Carlisle brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, his hand lingering on her cheek. It was like one of those dreams come to life and sent Mary's heart pulsing so loud it shut out the sound of the busy restaurant. His gaze dropped to her mouth, and he gently slid his fingers to the back of her neck. The cologne she both loved and resented for its expense filled her senses. He didn't pull her closer, as though waiting for her. The draw to him was almost magnetic anyway. She leaned in until her lips brushed his. Mary didn't expect the sudden explosion of sensations, both physical and emotional. It was like a barrier had burst inside her and freed feelings she'd buried. As her lips explored his, she reached up to cup his cheeks, loving the feel of his evening bristle, even the spices of his meal. The sound of a shattering glass pulled Mary back, and she woke to what she'd let happen. She scooted her chair a few inches away from him.
Mary?
Carlisle asked, his words now laced with concern. You didn't answer my question. His usually upright, almost rigid posture slumped.
I also have responsibilities back home. You know I am mostly raised by my grandfather. He's a demanding old man, and he's managed to alienate his only living son. I'm all he has.
But you said you'd be here for a year or two. If you can't leave him, how can you be gone so long?
because I make frequent visits back. He has staff to care for his needs, but I'm responsible for running his estate. I'm able to do some of that from a distance, but for most of it, I need to be there."
"Then you understand why this thing between us can never work." Mary's head hurt. "I need to pick up Alex and take him home." Carlisle said nothing but signaled the waiter for the bill. They were silent on the drive to her mother's. The children looked happy, but sleepy. He said a quiet thank you and left with his daughter. "Thanks, Mom," Mary said, preparing to leave. "But what about—" Her mother didn't say Carlisle's name and glanced at Alex. Unexpectedly, the sense of loss Mary had been battling for days now hit her, more powerful than ever. Her eyes filled, and she shook her head. "Oh, honey." Her mother pulled her in for a quick hug, seeming to understand that Mary couldn't talk about it at the moment. "I'm sorry." Drowsy though Alex was, he still found the energy to talk about his evening with Grace during the car ride. It drove home to Mary that she and Carlisle would have to find a way to be friends for the sake of their children. It might be one of the hardest things she'd ever do. Chapter 12. During a meeting with his team the next day, Carlisle found it difficult to concentrate. His mind kept going back to the night before. Had everything gone wrong because he'd pressed on when he should have eased back? But that kiss, he had certainly not imagined that. Somehow he had to find a way to fix things between them, help Mary see they were right for each other, find a way they could be together while still fulfilling their family responsibilities. "Did you even hear, Carlisle?" Nia asked, giving him a nudge. "We think this is it."
"Sorry. Rough night."
He forced himself to focus on the here and now.
"How long before we can begin testing?" "As you know," one engineer said, "we must do the different tests in various locations and circumstances. We've been talking with the resort team, and they provided a list of suggestions on where to begin. It's close enough to Christmas that we're not likely to get our prototypes built until late January." "You've done outstanding work," Carlisle said. "In a perfect world," Nia said, gathering her things, "we'll never have to use them." "Right," another team member added, and the meeting broke up. "Do you have your tux ready for the Christmas ball?" Nia asked when they were the only ones left in the conference room. Carlisle groaned inwardly. Would Mary not wish to attend with him now? He'd been so looking forward to dancing with her, to holding her in his arms. "Why the frown?" Nia asked, worry coloring her voice. "I told Mary how I feel about her, and it wasn't well received." Carlisle rubbed his temples against the sleep-deprived headache. "I don't understand. I've seen the way she looks at you." "She has obligations which require her to remain here." "Like what?" Carlisle explained about Linda. "What if you stay here?" Nia asked. "My grandfather may be a demanding man, but he's also the only father I've known," Carlisle said stiffly. "If I marry again, my wife must support me in this." He explained about the estate. "Ah, so that's why you keep going back to England," Nia said, looking thoughtful. "I get the family loyalty thing, but you're not even his heir. Why are you getting stuck with this?" Carlisle hesitated. He didn't normally speak of family problems with anyone outside of it. But if he couldn't help Nia understand, how could he convince Mary? "I believe you're aware of my father's history," he began tentatively. "Drunk, who killed himself by wrapping his Porsche around a tree?" Nia nodded. "Well, my uncle isn't much better." "He's the heir, right?" "Yes, he'll be 60 this year, but he still spends his time being the playboy." "If anything happened to him, would you be the heir?" No. Carlisle released a long, slow breath. He has 2 sons. The younger is a scientist who has no interest in the estate. The elder son is much like his father. Okay, that's just wrong, Nia said, disgusted. You won't inherit, but your grandfather's treating you like you will? Essentially. But don't you see? He has no one else. How old is your grandfather? 84, and quite robust for a man his age. Could he retire? Earls don't retire. Seriously? Even if they get too old and can't do the job? Nia asked. The title only passes upon his death, and he's always been a stickler for fulfilling his responsibilities. Carlisle rubbed the tight muscles in the back of his neck. All right, but they should be able to set up things so other people do most of the work. Nia shot Carlisle a flat look. Not you, his heir. When Carlisle shook his head, she practically growled in frustration. Well, I certainly know where you learned it then, but I think it's time his heir stepped up and took on some responsibility. Nia jumped from her chair and started pacing. Is your uncle a total slacker loser? Slacker loser? It's just what it sounds like. She paused in front of him. Or has he just not been willing to take on the responsibilities if he couldn't get the credit? Carlisle straightened. I've never considered that. It sounds like you need to have a chat with a couple of your relatives. Nia crossed her arms. Now, tell me the truth. If your uncle started carrying his weight, would it free you to spend more time here? It would, but they don't get along well at all. While grandfather is often critical, he's an old man. I'd prefer not to leave him to Reggie's not-so-tender mercies. Do you think your grandfather would like to come here for a visit? How long has it been since he's seen Grace? 4 months. Carlisle shook his head. But he frightens her. Did he frighten you? Yes. Does he still? No, but I had to learn to stand up to him. Then teach Grace how. He won't tolerate disrespect. But he'll give it? Huh. There's a great deal of truth in that. Carlisle rubbed his chin. My grandfather can be a tyrant. He's brutal but fair, if he has all the facts. His greatest flaw is jumping to conclusions. As your friend, I think you deserve to find happiness again. Mary Hurst and her son are good for you and Grace. This isn't a situation of either or. Either she leaves with you, or you abandon your grandfather and move here and never return to England. You're a smart man. Figure out a way for the both of you to be there for your loved ones and each other. Nia picked up her tablet. As your employee, I'm informing you that my family wants to stay in Huckleberry Falls. We like it here. Are you telling me that when I leave, you'll resign? Carlisle asked, alarmed. Nia was the best assistant he'd ever had. Don't make me choose, okay? I want my family happy, first and foremost. She touched the tablet screen. Oh, and a couple of things for the ball. Don't forget to pick up your tux, and Gretchen called with a reminder that you and Mrs. Hurst will be at her table. Would Mary still accompany him, even if only as a friend? The image of her clenched jaw when they departed last night came to mind. There'd been an agony in her eyes which had twisted his gut. He had to believe there was a part of her which wanted to pursue her feelings for him, and he was convinced she did care. Surely for the sake of the children, she wouldn't break off their friendship. Boss? Nia touched his arm, pulling him from his musings. Carlisle blinked, surprised to find her still there. The realtor got back last night with a list of houses for you to check out. The corners of her mouth quirked up in a conspiratorial smile.
Don't you think Grace would like to have her best friend come with you two to check them out?
Why, yes. I'm sure she'd want Alex to accompany us.
He tapped his tablet to pull up the list.
If I'm successful, I'd like a home which could accommodate visits by my grandfather, and he wouldn't consider too much of a step down in status. I know a small town like Huckleberry Falls may not have many options.
I've looked at the pictures. You'll be surprised. A lot of rich and famous people come here to visit, and they don't always want to stay in a hotel. You could also build something. Then you'd be sure to get what you want. A conversation tickled the edges of Carlisle's memory. Something about an Irish castle in the Pacific Northwest.
Nia, does America have castles?
She blinked at the change in topic.
Yes.
Remember that report I helped my daughter with last fall? Let me think. There's the Hurst Castle in California, the Biltmore in North Carolina. New York has the Bolt Castle. It's on an island and has its own drawbridge. Then there's the... Carlisle raised his hand, and she broke off. He said,
Do me a favor and send me the list. I believe I may know a way to convince my grandfather that America wouldn't be a step down.
Sure thing, boss. Nia stepped toward the door, but turned back and said, I'm sure Grace will be glad to have a home again. Carlisle slowly collected his things and pondered his assistant's closing words. Was Grace unhappy at the bed and breakfast? The Williams had been kind and welcoming to them. Carlisle often would find Grace in the kitchen with Lisbeth, helping to bake something. The ease of living there had been one reason he'd taken so long to look for more permanent lodgings. It appeared he might have done his daughter a disservice here as well. Perhaps Mary could give him some insight into the situation. Mary puttered around her house the next morning, glad she didn't work that day. It was going to be bad enough tomorrow when she finally had to go back into the shop. She knew her co-workers too well, and they were bound to bring up Carlisle. Her heart twisted, and she had to fight an unexpected urge to cry. Again. How could she have let herself fall in love with Carlisle Wyndham? She'd known he wouldn't be staying. They'd never even been on a date, for pity's sake, yet somehow it'd snuck up on her, tripped her despite her best intentions. And that kiss. No. As soon as she told herself not to think about it, memories flooded her mind. She could almost feel the bristle of his 5 o'clock shadow under her fingers, smell the delicious bouquet that was his own, feel his lips. Stop! What was she going to do when he completed his project, when he and Grace moved on and left Mary and Alex behind? The very least, they were friends. They could stay in touch. She could add him to her Christmas cards list. Would he mail her one in return? Something dispassionate that he sent to casual acquaintances? Once the children drifted apart, would the contact end completely? Mary rubbed her temples and tried to swallow the lump in her throat. She was a mess. Her phone pinged to indicate a text message. What if it were from Carlisle? She fumbled with her phone as she pulled it from her pocket. It was from him.
Are you off today?
Mary's hands shook. She reminded herself they were friends. Yes, I'm picking up Alex from school at 11:30.
I have a list of houses for sale. Grace and I plan to check a few of them out this afternoon. Would you and Alex join us in our search for a new home?
It wasn't Alex's fault she'd tripped and fallen in love with Grace's father. Yes.
Shall we meet at the daycare?
I'll see you there. She could do this for the children. Then practicality struck. She hadn't showered yet, so she'd have to clean up. What did one wear while house hunting? The word choice made her pause. She was starting to sound like Carlisle. The thought lifted her spirits. She collected Alex from school. By the time they got to Happy Ducklings, Carlisle was already there. He stood in front of a Land Rover, his little sports car nowhere in sight. He stepped to her car to get the door for her.
Hi,
Alex said, getting his own door.
Hi yourself.
Carlisle ruffled the boy's hair. I appreciate you driving something other than your sports car, Mary said.
And I appreciate you taking the time to do this with us,
he said as they headed toward the entrance. She was both relieved and disappointed that he didn't mention last night.
The realtor provided a list of 12 houses to visit,
Carlisle said, opening the door to the daycare.
But I'm not sure we'll have time for them all.
They collected Grace, stopped for a quick bite at a fast food place, and then headed out. Never once did he mention what had happened. It was almost surreal, like they'd stepped back in time and were having a redo. It was just what she needed.
Would you mind handling the navigation?
Carlisle asked, handing her his phone. While the children entertained themselves in the back, Mary plugged in the address in the GPS and then read from the details about the first house. 10 bedrooms? She asked, disbelieving. Is your extended family going to come live with you?
Well, it's more than I'm looking for, but I like the location of the property,
Carlisle said, unruffled.
I do have need of a larger home than most families do because of the business gatherings I frequently hold in my home. Extended family and friends will also occasionally visit.
He shot her a sidelong glance, a brow arched. I'm just a middle-class American girl. Mary fiddled with the phone in her hands. The fact that you drive a Jaguar kind of drives home the difference between us. Carlisle said nothing, but a crease appeared between his brows. What was your life like back in England? She asked.
Business-wise, not a great deal different from here. I own a townhouse in London. When I entertained, I used my grandfather's house there as its lodger.
Did you entertain a lot?
My grandfather has always been politically active. So, yes. But the dinner parties were either business or political in nature. I do what I must, but if I have a choice, I usually prefer to be home.
Carlisle sent her a sidelong glance.
You?
The same. I still go out sometimes with my girlfriends, though those are usually lunch dates or movie nights where we can bring our kids. Mary woke the phone. What are you looking for in a house here?
I would prefer at least 6 bedrooms because I do on occasion have guests stay. I've already had some business associates who've come to Huckleberry Falls and had to take accommodations in a hotel.
Is that a bad thing? Mary asked. That's what most people do if they don't have room in their house.
You're correct. But there's important networking which happens during social gatherings in the less formal environment of a house. It's not the same in an office conference room or even a hotel restaurant.
His gaze took in the snow-covered mountains in the distance.
That's why so much business takes place on golf courses. This area has many outdoor activities in both the summer and the winter, which could serve that purpose wonderfully.
Like skiing, dog sledding, fishing, hiking, whitewater rafting, kayaking, horseback riding, wildlife tours? Mary asked with a grin. To name just a few.
Exactly,
Carlisle agreed.
And my guests often bring significant others. If they don't care to take part in outdoor activities, the town has an excellent selection of shops. So I must consider much more than mine and Grace's needs while looking for a house.
Mary wondered at the excitement in his voice. He'd evidently put a lot more thought into this than she'd realized. Would he invest so much into a home in the area if he didn't plan to stay? She pushed down the hope the thought had inspired. Chapter 13.
Are we going to a hotel?
Alex asked when they turned up the lane to the first house. Carlisle sent Mary an amused sidelong glance, but at the tight lines around her eyes, he shook his head.
We'll pass on this house.
That's a house?
Alex asked, disbelieving.
I'd be scared to live in a house like that. It's too big. Grandpapa's house is scary.
Grace said, her voice sounding timid. Some houses are scarier than others, Mary agreed, reaching back to pat the little girl's foot. Alex's other grandmother has a large house because she had a large family to raise, but his dad said it was never scary. With so many brothers and sisters, there were always fun things happening.
My grandfather's home is hundreds of years old,
Carlisle said. It was hard not to feel intimidated at what the simple statement implied. Her chest tight, Mary sat in silence as he followed the loop back to the road. She could understand needing a larger home for business, but a house that was hundreds of years old? In high school, she'd been curious while reading some Victorian romances about what had happened to the old English estates. When servants had left the rural areas to find better-paying employment, and the government had started taxing the large estates, many grand homes had been sold or torn down. Some still existed and were owned by members of the peerage. Her stomach tightened. "Who are you?" she asked.
I'm Carlisle Wyndham, the same person I was when I greeted you at the daycare this afternoon.
Carlisle reached over as though to take her hand, but withdrew it.
I'm merely a businessman.
Then who's your grandfather?
He's the 19th Earl of Birkenmore,
Carlisle said, an almost fatalistic note to his voice. Mary nearly laughed. Here she'd been thinking it was surreal they'd shared that kiss last night, and then acted today as if nothing had happened. This revelation won hands down. She was in love with the grandson of a member of the British aristocracy, and he said he loved her too. Was his family famous? Because of the rich people who visited Huckleberry Falls, there were usually a few paparazzi hanging around. Was that an issue for him and Grace? She couldn't think of any random people taking Carlisle's picture when they'd been together. He never hesitated to give his name. It didn't seem like he was concerned people might find out who he was. "Tell me what that means to be the grandson of an earl," Mary said.
Not a great deal. As I mentioned before, I have an uncle who's the heir, and he has 2 sons. My father was the younger son, so I don't even hold a complimentary title. I'm a simple mister. You mentioned my expensive cologne, so you know I'm equivalent to what you Americans call a trust fund baby. I received a healthy inheritance from my father, which I've invested and increased in my own right.
The GPS announced an upcoming turn.
Please don't judge me for something I have no control over,
Carlisle said softly. Mary lifted her phone and showed him the list of homes. This is completely out of my realm of experience.
Remember, these homes are also an investment,
Carlisle said.
Didn't your husband have life insurance?
Well, yes, and I'm looking at using it to go into business with my friend Ellie, who's also a stylist. She found out Alice is willing to sell the salon. The whole thing had been a good distraction from thinking about Carlisle all the time, what with having Mary's mother review the business plan, partnership agreement, and the purchase agreement.
Are you going to do it? You'll have your own salon?
I'd be a silent investment partner. I don't want the worries of being the boss while Alex is so young. Carlisle nodded, looking thoughtful. The GPS chimed in again, and he turned. "Do you have a live-in staff?" Mary asked as they approached the house.
I usually have a housekeeper and a nanny for Grace.
Carlisle grinned, looking at the large Rambler. It had an attractive modern look with a touch of rustic log cabin.
This is the house I'm the most optimistic about.
He pulled to a stop.
What do you think?
He asked as he reached back to help Grace with her seat. "I like it," both children cried and scrambled out of the car. They ran up the shoveled walk, but stopped when the front door opened. "Are you Mr. Wyndham?" the woman asked.
Yes.
He took the children's hands and approached the steps.
I believe my assistant called you.
She did. The serious-looking woman introduced herself as the realtor. The owners have already moved their things out, but they've had the house staged. Mary glanced at Carlisle, but he didn't seem surprised. She followed them inside. The open feel of the place was unexpected. Following the exterior theme, logs provided accents for the beams and railings, while the walls were of plaster and stone. What caught her breath was the incredible view through the walls of windows out the back.
"It's beautiful, isn't it?"
Carlisle asked. "It's both cozy and open," she said. "I can see you entertaining here." The children had taken to running around the large fireplace which separated the dining and living rooms. "Be careful," Mary said, grabbing the sleeve of Alex's jacket as he ran past. "No running in the house." "There's also a large sitting room in the back with a magnificent view of the mountains, Mrs. Wyndham," the realtor said. "It's near the kitchen, which I'm sure you'll want to see." Mary's face had gone warm, but she didn't correct the woman, and neither did Carlisle. Instead, the four of them followed her into a room with windows for walls. "Oh, my," Mary breathed. Carlisle came to stand by Mary. The children skipped to a little area that looked like they had set it up for children. They began playing with the toys. "How far does the property line go?" he asked the realtor. "To the foot of the mountains," the woman said, pointing in the distance. "There's a fence marking the property line. The owners kept it all up to date. There's even enough acreage to run some horses or cattle."
"I'd like Grace to learn to ride."
Carlisle glanced at Mary.
"Do you think Alex would also like to learn?"
"He already knows how," Mary grinned. "Remember, his other grandmother owns a ranch. If you're looking to buy any horses, I can recommend them with no fear of bias." "The kitchen is this way." The realtor pointed to a door. "Let's put everything back," Mary said as she moved to the children. "It's time to check out the other rooms." When they entered the large kitchen, Mary gave a soft sigh as she scanned the large room. Carlisle could imagine her beside her mother, baking with the children. Did the hominess of this house compare well with that of her in-laws? When they shifted to checking out the 6 bedrooms, 2 of which were in the basement, the children quickly became bored, until they saw the movie room. If he could convince Mary to take a chance on them, they would need half the bedrooms for themselves. He'd read the list of amenities about the property, and he'd noticed a guest house separate from the home. Perhaps if it wasn't too far, it would prove adequate for his needs. The parcel had plenty of acreage for growth if necessary. They gathered the children and climbed the stairs. The others hurried by the office, but Carlisle entered it. Like the large living room, it was located in the back of the house and included a wall of windows. "Do you think you'd get any work done with that view?" Mary asked softly from behind him. Smiling, he gave her a quick glance before turning back to the magnificent vista of the open field of snow with a mountain behind it.
"What a lovely way to waste time,"
he said. "Looks like there are more buildings." Mary pointed to several clustered a fair distance from the barn and corral.
"The realtor provided detailed photographs, and I don't feel like traipsing through the snow. I'll have Nia arrange a home inspection before I decide."
"Have you made up your mind already?" Mary came to stand beside him.
"I believe I have. I like this place very much and could easily call it home."
Carlisle turned to face her.
"Do you find it too grand?"
"No," she said, sounding surprised. "It's quite a cozy place." Grace squealed. They hurried from the room to separate the children. "What do you think?"
"My realtor will be in touch."
Carlisle handed a business card to their guide. He and Mary didn't speak as they walked with the children back out to the car.
Are you going to buy it?
Alex asked, once Carlisle was driving away from the home.
It's almost as big as Grandma's house.
He's talking about Ray's mother, Mary whispered.
I might purchase it. Would you like to live in the house, Grace? Carlisle asked.
Yes, but will Grandpapa really come and live with us?
Perhaps for a visit.
Grace had come in the night before when Carlisle had been talking to his uncle. The man had been surprisingly amenable to the suggestion he resume responsibility for running the estate, if the old man would let him.
Did you like the house, Alex? Carlisle asked. Do you think it's scary?
He didn't look at Mary, but he could feel her gaze on him.
No, I like it.
He then asked Grace a question, and they seemed to forget the adults.
I do as well, Carlisle said to Mary. It's large without feeling grand.
That's a good way to describe it. She squinted at the glare on the snow. It's homey. I've been thinking about what you said about guests. If you have a housekeeper, would she be live-in or would you hire a company to come out to clean? I'm just thinking about how many bedrooms would be free when you have one of your gatherings.
I'm not much of a cook,
he said, turning onto the main road.
I'll need to find a housekeeper who cooks. Would you find that troublesome, having a housekeeper? I'd prefer someone who can live in because then I wouldn't have to impose on your mother anymore.
But I like going to Grammy's house,
Grace said from her seat. Carlisle was loath to break that particular connection as well. He glanced at Mary. Would it put her off to know how he'd imagined her in each of the rooms in that house?
I could only host small gatherings in the house, but I like the word you used to describe it. Homey. It has a guest house with 2 suites which would augment the bedrooms for larger events. What would you think if I made an offer on this one?
He watched her intently. It's your house. She glanced away, but not before Carlisle had seen something in her eyes. Could she see herself living in this house too?
Yes, it will be my house. And I hope it will be yours and Alex's someday too.
Mary lay in bed that night, unable to sleep. When she'd accepted Carlisle's invitation to go house hunting with him and Grace, she'd wondered if she'd made the right decision. He'd been the perfect gentleman, though, and she'd been glad to spend the time with them. If only she hadn't been able to see herself and Alex living there with the Wyndhams, making a family together. If he'd liked that first place, she'd have known they were too different to make it work. But the very things she found appealing in the second house appeared to be the ones he liked too. Didn't purchasing a home mean he wanted to stay? Her throat ached, but she refused to cry. Chapter 14.
I have the keys,
Carlisle said when he stepped into the daycare 3 days later. What keys? It'd been a long day at the salon, and Mary's feet hurt.
To the house,
he said, stepping to the computer to sign out his daughter.
It's mine now.
Mary blinked, her mouth open.
That was fast, she finally said. Offering to pay cash simplified the process.
Mama!
Alex cried at the same time Grace squealed.
Papa!
Carlisle picked up his daughter and accepted her tight hug, watching as Mary's son squeezed her waist. He noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Resisting the temptation to inquire after her health, he reminded himself it might come across as too proprietary, something a sweetheart would ask. If he succeeded in convincing his grandfather to hand over responsibility for the estate to Uncle Reggie, Carlisle must maintain his friendship with Mary.
Papa bought a house,
Grace said.
Even the furniture, Mama.
Alex reached up and quite naturally took Carlisle's free hand and looked up at him. The child's simple admiration brought a lump to Carlisle's throat, and he had to cough to clear it. How he loved this family. He glanced at Mary and found her watching him, her face inscrutable. You bought that entire house full of furniture? She asked.
The realtor mentioned the home had been professionally staged, and I liked the designer's taste. All the furnishings I own are in England, so I'd have had to purchase new ones for the house anyway. He shrugged, something his coworkers did a lot. Now our shopping will be much simpler.
Mary nodded, but he wished he understood what he'd said to cause the crease between her brows. Well, we need to get home, Alex, she said. My feet hurt.
And I've been taking up your time.
Carlisle moved toward the door, still holding Alex's hand. They walked out to the parking lot together, and he helped the boy into his seat. Carlisle's reward was a quick hug from the child. When he straightened, Grace climbed in beside Alex, and the two started talking. Carlisle glanced at Mary and once again found her watching him. With the children in the car, she stood alone, an almost forlorn look about her. Would only a mere friend be able to offer some comfort?
Mary,
he whispered and opened his arms. She didn't hesitate but walked straight into them. He wrapped her against him, and she rested her head against his chest. She smelled of the fragrances in her salon, with just a hint of perfume she liked to wear. Carlisle wanted so much to tell her again that he loved her, to plead with her to marry him. His instincts told him she needed to work through this, and he didn't have a sound offer to make her. He already understood she wouldn't abandon her mother here, and Linda had a thriving business she couldn't leave. He must be patient.
I'm in need of a favor,
he said softly against her hair. Mary lifted her head and met his gaze. With her chin slightly raised, she looked ready for a kiss. Once again, Carlisle resisted the temptation, looking into her eyes rather than at her lips. "What?" she asked.
Well, as I mentioned, we're about ready to move. I hoped you and Alex might help us. We only have our belongings at the B&B to bring over, but I'll need help with other things. I'm not experienced in setting up a home.
He tried to mimic his daughter's pleading expression. The forlorn look receded from Mary's eyes. She stepped back, so Carlisle dropped his arms. If only she could stay there forever. "What did the staging include?" she asked. "Was it superficial?"
I'm not sure what you mean.
"They decorated the kitchen, but I didn't open any of the cupboards. Are there any dishes?"
None.
"And sheets, towels?" Carlisle shook his head. "Well, that's where we need to start. How about you come to my house for dinner? It won't be anything fancy, probably soup and sandwiches. The children can play while you and I make a list of what you'll need."
Brilliant.
She smiled, and her entire face lit up. Mary couldn't believe she'd gotten so emotional earlier, and she was grateful Carlisle hadn't taken advantage of it. But she was getting tired of the emotional mess she'd become. Usually, she was a positive person, not easily depressed. One of her mother's favorite sayings, one which had helped to get them through the last couple of years, came to mind. Cherish the moment. It'd been a family philosophy, because they didn't know when something bad might happen, and bad things happen to everyone. It was important to treat each moment as the special time it was. Mary felt better as she and Alex drove to her house, Carlisle and Grace following. Mary could cherish what time she had with those two. She'd have to subtly prepare Alex to say goodbye. Still, the thought of Carlisle and Grace being in Mary's home was bittersweet. She'd have given anything to spend one more day with Ray, one less chance to hold the man she loved and tell him how much she'd treasured their life together. With Carlisle, she knew in advance she would lose him. In the meantime, she could help Carlisle set up a home for his daughter, a place where they could build happy memories. He'd told Mary a little about his life in London, but it didn't tell her about his tastes in things like dishes. What kind would he want to buy? Would he be satisfied with typical middle-class things, Or would he need the super expensive stuff? Would his business associates think less of Carlisle if he played it cheap, relatively speaking? She'd attended a handful of high-class events with her mother after Ray and her father had died. Carlisle didn't act like those people, so it was easy to forget he was one of them.
I'm hungry, Mama,
Alex said with a touch of whine to his voice. Good. You can help me make the sandwiches. I'll bet Grace is hungry, too. She pulled into the garage. As the door closed behind her, Carlisle's Land Rover parked in the driveway. Can you run and unlock the front door for them?
Okay.
Alex hopped from the car and ran into the house, shedding his coat as he ran. Mary picked it up and put it and hers on a hook near the front door, which Alex had left wide open. She closed but didn't latch it and hurried into the kitchen. By the time she heard them coming in the door, she was pulling out a pot. "Alex, show them where the coat closet is," she called. Mary collected a large bottle of sauce, a can of condensed milk, and a can of diced tomatoes. She quickly opened them and poured them into the pot. After adding a few spices and stirring the mixture, she set it to simmer. Taking a deep breath, she went to check on her guests. When she entered the living room, she paused. Taking her own advice to enjoy the scene before her, she took the time to memorize the mental picture, with children kneeling by the coffee table where Alex had set up a different Lego set. Carlisle's gaze met hers over the heads of the children. His soft smile warmed her heart. Mary was grateful to know him. "Don't be sad, something will end. Be happy it happened." "Alex, I thought you were going to help me make the sandwiches," she said.
Aw, Ma,
He whined.
I want to show Grace.
I'd be happy to help, though you'll have to tell me what to do.
Carlisle indicated her wall of family pictures. He pointed to the last photo taken of the entire extended family, the summer before Ray and her father had died.
You're fortunate to be part of such a loving family.
Mary stepped beside him. The longing in his voice and the way he absently rubbed his chest over his heart brought an ache to her throat. She found she didn't resent that he could afford expensive things. It hadn't brought him what she had, the knowledge that she'd always been loved and wanted. "And I've only recently realized just how fortunate," she said. Carlisle looked at Mary, and the longing in his eyes about undid her. "I need to check on the soup and get going on the sandwiches." She hurried to the kitchen. Did he have any idea how much he unnerved her? Mary pulled out the masher and used it to break up the diced tomatoes in the pot. The sound of Carlisle's shoes on the floor announced his arrival. "You'll find the griddle on the bottom shelf of the pantry." She pointed toward the door, but didn't look up. "Be sure to grab the cord." Mary retrieved the cheese and butter to the sound of him rummaging through the pantry.
I'm getting used to American electronics, he said, coming out. Do these belong together?
She glanced up then and couldn't help smiling. "You've got the cord for the electric skillet. You need the other cord." While he retrieved and assembled the griddle, Mary settled a squabble between the children. "Set it to 400. She arranged the sandwich makings in an assembly line. "Have you ever made grilled cheese sandwiches?"
No.
Mary frowned at his nice slacks. "Hang on." She got an apron from the pantry and put it over his head. "Be glad it doesn't have frills." He chuckled as he tied it behind him. "Now, you'll butter one side of the bread and place the buttered side on the griddle. A slice of cheese comes next, then another slice of buttered bread, but with the butter side on top."
What if I want more cheese on mine?
Carlisle asked, giving her shoulder a soft nudge. "Add more." Mary nudged him back. "But Alex is particular about his grilled cheese sandwiches. Only one slice and only American cheese. I have some cheddar if you prefer that for yours."
I'm finding I like a lot of American things.
Mary refused to look at him and stirred the soup instead.
Not everyone of affluence lives the lifestyle of the wastrel, Carlisle said thoughtfully. Perhaps because my father did, and because my grandfather put such store in money and status, I've chosen another path.
Mary tilted her head and shot him a doubtful glance. How much did you pay for your cologne?
He broke off, looking thoughtful. I have no idea. I don't look at prices. If I want something, I buy it.
And that's one of the differences between having a lot of money and not. I never buy anything without knowing the price.
Good point. I should make a practice of doing that myself. You must have learned it from your mother. I must tell you how much I enjoy the comfortable home life she's created.
He glanced over his shoulder to where the children were arguing again.
I want Grace to learn it too.
With a piece of bread in one hand and a butter knife in the other, he strode into the living room.
The meal will soon be ready, he told the children. You need to wash your hands.
Mary smiled to herself as she flipped the sandwiches on the griddle.
Oh, he said when he returned, sounding chagrined. I suppose one shouldn't step away while food is cooking.
Always a good plan. Mary hesitated, but decided to say what was on her mind. About what you said before, how does that fit with having just bought a multi-million-dollar house with cash?
I refuse to apologize for it.
He lifted his chin, his voice stern, making Mary wonder if he'd learned that from his grandfather.
Carlisle said, The funds came from my late wife's life insurance, which I used to make what I anticipate will be an investment for Grace's future. I hope she'll grow to love the land and be happy to own it once I'm gone.
Good answer. Mary found that she underestimated this man all the time. The more she learned about him, the more she admired him.
I'm hungry,
Grace whined this time. Good. The food's ready. Mary picked up the little girl and tickled her before setting her in a chair at the table. Later, when they had almost finished eating, Mary asked, What kinds of dishes do you like?
Ones I can eat on. Carlisle chuckled at her expression. Truly, I have no idea about anything domestic. I'm a complete ignoramus. What do you suggest?
Are you concerned about impressing those business guests you mentioned?
No. If I wish to do that, I'll cater the event or take them out.
Right answer, Mary said. Because if you need design or anything, I'm not your girl. He glanced at the table.
I like your taste.
She shot him a flat look, trying not to imagine the kinds of sophisticated tables he'd have regularly eaten at. We'll pull up those photos of the house. That'll help with colors. Mary ended up spending a pleasant evening with Carlisle at her computer desk. He kept trying to leave decisions to her, but she wouldn't let him get away with it. Most of this will be delivered by Friday, she said when they'd finished ordering. When are you planning to move in?
Saturday.
Can we help, Mama? Alex asked. I want to see Grace's new house again.
Of course we'll help, Mary said.
Thank you.
Carlisle gave her a smile that warmed her clear to her toes. He really had to stop looking at her like that. Our pleasure. A thought occurred to her, and Mary laughed. I hope you like the bed you bought without trying it out first. I could never do that.
One can hope, he said with a sigh. We'll be settled in our new home by Christmas ball. It's less than a week away. You'll still attend with me, won't you?
Mary nodded. Another evening to cherish. That reminds me. I need to see when my mother wants me to come in for my final fitting. It might be Saturday.
If so, perhaps she'd be willing to move it to Friday, Carlisle suggested.
Mary texted her mother, who responded that Friday would be fine. Saturday's open, Mary said. Would you rather see if we can get a sitter for the kids?
Grace has been looking forward to this, and it would break her heart were she not to be allowed to help with the moving in.
Carlisle sent his daughter a loving glance.
We don't really have that many things anyway. Bart will help me load everything and has offered to lend me his truck.
Alex and I will bring treats to your new house then. On Saturday, it surprised Carlisle how quickly the transfer of his and Grace's belongings took place. Besides Bart and Lisbeth, Nia and her husband arrived to help.
It really wasn't necessary for you to take time off on a Saturday to do this,
Carlisle said as he extended his hand to greet them. You'll want more time to put your house in order, so helping get your stuff there sooner is important. Nia grinned. Besides, I wanted to see the place. The pictures never show the true scale of things. As they worked, Carlisle's thoughts drifted back to Mary's reaction to that first house on the list. He was used to women who pursued him because they wanted to be a part of his social group and have access to his bank account. Now, he'd fallen in love with a woman who actively didn't approve of either. Buckling Grace into his Land Rover, he thought about spending the day with Mary as they made the new house a home. He wanted her to be part of that. Pausing, he glanced up the street. "How are things going in England?" Nia asked, pulling him from his musings. Carlisle told her what his uncle had said.
Reg's only stipulation is that if he's to take on the responsibility, he must have control.
Your grandfather and uncle sure sound a lot alike. Nia waved to her husband and called, "Coming." She pinned Carlisle with a firm look. Don't let their squabbling keep you from your happiness.
It might not be in my hands, he said with a sigh. We'll see you at the house then.
Where's Alex? Grace whined as they drove away from the B&B.
I told you they'll meet us there. Miss Mary said she needed to pick something up on the way.
What?
His daughter demanded. I don't know. It must be a surprise.
When Carlisle saw Mary's car parked to the side near the garage, his heart gave a lurch. Were they inside? The front door burst open and Alex came running out, followed by Mary. The sense of rightness struck him again. Nia's car drove up, followed by Bart in his truck. Grace ran to Alex as soon as she was out of the car. Grinning, Mary walked up to Carlisle, shivering without her coat. "It's a good thing I got a dozen donuts," she said. "I hope it's okay that I got into the house. I remembered the code you put in."
Brilliant. I'm glad you did.
"Alex and Grace, come and get a box to take inside," she called to them, now taking short jumps in place, her arms wrapped around her.
You must go in as well.
Carlisle put a hand on the small of her back and gave her a gentle push toward the house.
Perhaps you would be so good as to set up the refreshments. We should make short work of bringing in these boxes.
"I brought hot chocolate, too," Mary said, jogging backwards. "They delivered your dishes last night. I've got them in the dishwasher."
"Watch the step,"
he cried, moving toward her. She turned just before hitting it with the heel of her boot, laughing as she danced up the 2 steps and ran into the house. "Seriously, boss," Nia said, holding a box as she came to stand beside him. "You need that woman in your life. Don't let her go." She strode into the garage. Carlisle agreed wholeheartedly, though he didn't say it out loud. By the time all the boxes were inside, Mary had the donuts displayed on one of the platters they'd ordered online and was scooping out steaming hot chocolate into the mugs he'd ordered because she'd liked them.
You have a splendid view here,
Bart said as he chose a donut from the platter.
And it'll only add a few more minutes to your commute.
I'm glad you found such a beautiful home. Maybe it'll keep you here. Nia teasingly took her husband's arm to keep him away from the donuts. He snagged one anyway and took a big bite before she could protest.
Thank you for your help,
Carlisle said, walking them to the door. After the holidays, you should have a housewarming party, Nia said.
It's something to consider, though I'm not one to put on a party by myself.
I'm sure you can find someone to help. Nia shot a knowing look toward the kitchen, where Mary was settling the children on the bar stools with their hot chocolate and donuts. Nia and her husband hurried out the door, and Bart followed them. Carlisle turned around and faced the large open space, enjoying the view from the large windows with a sense of coming home. While his grandfather's estate in England didn't get this much snow, neither were the summers as warm. This house was very different from the one he shared with Cressy. The lifestyle they'd created in their few short years together, with the social gatherings among English society's upper crust, had met his grandfather's approval, but Carlisle had no desire to duplicate that life. His time in Wyoming had already shown him that he wanted something very different.
"What may I do to help?"
Carlisle asked Mary when she shifted to opening one of the boxes of kitchen supplies. "You'll want to put your clothes away in your bedroom."
"That can wait. I'd rather help you in the kitchen."
Mary handed him a pen and a tablet which already had writing on it. "You're setting up a kitchen from scratch, so you need everything." She glanced at him, the corners of her mouth twitching. "And I'll bet you're clueless about what you should have on hand. Even when you hire a housekeeper, she'll need supplies."
"You speak nothing but the truth. Tell me what we'll need."
He indicated the tablet. As they worked, he admired her efficiency. He couldn't, with any stretch of his imagination, think of a time his grandfather would know any of this. It was the work of servants. Yet, in truth, the old man's mentality meant he couldn't take care of himself. He had to hire people with that knowledge. Grandfather continued to resist the need to give up control of his estate. He sat comfortably in his ancient home, confident Carlisle would carry on with the burdens. When he and Cressy had first married, he'd tried to make the break then and had suggested hiring someone. His grandfather had refused, declaring he'd never trust anyone outside of the family. 6 months ago, Carlisle would never have considered declaring that he would no longer be available to care for the estate. It had become clear to him, however, that both his grandfather and uncle were confident in Carlisle's stewardship. There was no reason for them to take on the responsibility. That was about to change. Nia was right. It was time for him to actively pursue his interests. He would not abandon his grandfather, but neither would Carlisle sacrifice his own happiness. There had to be a balance. Chapter 15. "Oh, Mom," Mary breathed as she stared at the beautiful gown. Her mother had added only a few festive enhancements to the wine-red fabric. They'd be simple to remove, so Mary could wear it any time of year. Except for the chamber Christmas ball, though. Where would she ever wear it? "I might feel overdressed just going to the ball." "Don't you worry about that. I've made enough of the dresses the ladies will be wearing tonight. You'll be right at home." Her mother pinned back a curl which had come loose. "Ellie sure did a marvelous job on your hair. It's perfect for the dress." "She does magic with my hair," Mary said as their gazes met through the mirror. "I really like Carlisle," her mother said, the comment coming out of nowhere. "I think he's been good for you, and that darling Grace has done the same for Alex." Mary rubbed the ache over her heart. The last few days had been incredible. The time she'd spent with Carlisle, helping to fix up his home, had filled her with a sense of family she hadn't had since Ray's death. Her dreams now included the house. There were times she'd look at Carlisle, and she couldn't tell if what she was remembering had really taken place or happened in a dream. "He and his daughter are both good friends," Mary said lamely. "He doesn't look at you like a friend, sweetheart. Who are you kidding?" "I know. It's kind of stressing me out." Her mother turned Mary around and pinned her with a firm glare. "You'll never convince me you don't feel the same way." Mary's eyes burned. She couldn't cry or it'd mess up her makeup. "Mom, stop." If you have feelings for this man, tell me why you'd push him away. Crud. She did not want to have this conversation, but Mary had seen that look before. Her mother wouldn't let it go. Carlisle has responsibilities in England. When he's finished with his project, he'll leave. Mary was furious that her voice broke on the last word. Sweetheart, you'd go with him. Her mother's tone made it sound like she was speaking to a young child who didn't understand anything. But how could Mary explain the primary reason without insulting her mother? Mom. This time it was Mary holding her mother gently by the shoulders. His grandfather is an earl. There's no way I want to get sucked into that kind of life. Carlisle's not his heir, though. Mary blinked. Her mother already knew? Do you really think I wouldn't Google the man when I saw which way the wind was blowing between you? Her mother put a hand on Mary's cheek. I don't think you saw how closed off you've been to anything outside of family and a handful of friends since Ray died. I hope you won't throw away something that is so obviously good for you. Her mother sighed. Carlisle and I have talked a few times when he's come to pick up Grace. He's a good man, and he's been looking for something different from that lifestyle you hate so much. He likes what we have here, and he wants it for his daughter. Carlisle had mentioned wanting the house for Grace, hoping she'd come to love the land. That meant they'd return once in a while. Was it possible to make a long-term commitment out of periodic visits? Since the night he'd declared himself, Mary hadn't allowed herself to look at it too closely. She forced herself to now. Carlisle had already been away from England for several months. How often did he have to return to fulfill his responsibilities? And for how long? She could never be happy living in a high society life, but could she do it for short periods of time? For him? The thought made Mary's heart give a little lurch. Was there a chance, with each of them sacrificing, they could be together? I don't know what you're thinking, but I like the look on your face. Her mother stepped back. You have to go after what you want. Thank you. Mary leaned in to press her cheek against her mother's. Now you need to get yourself ready for the ball, and I have to take Alex to Carlisle's house. Normally, both of the children would have stayed the night at Mary's mother's house. Since she'd be representing her business at the ball, she wasn't available. Nia had suggested a friend of her usual babysitter who'd had a cancellation. Hi, Mrs. Hurst, Hannah said as she climbed out of the older model SUV when Mary pulled up to Carlisle's house. Hey there. Mary had cut the girl's hair many times and had gotten to know her fairly well. Mary had to help Alex undo his seatbelt, his eyes droopy. Poor little guy had been looking forward to playing with Grace tonight, and he was already tired. Is there any word on that scholarship? She asked, taking her son's gloved hand. Oh, yes, I got it. Hannah glanced at the house. I've always wanted to see the inside of this place. It's more cozy than I expected, Mary said as they walked up to the porch. Carlisle opened the front door with a welcoming smile. Standing in a tux, he looked hot enough to melt the surrounding snow. What would it be like to dance with him, to be held in his arms again? Her mother's words echoed in Mary's mind. She mustn't think of it now. It was something she and Carlisle would have to discuss in the future. She meant tonight to be one of those moments to cherish. Grace came around her father and reached for Alex. The two children ran inside. You must be Hannah. Carlisle extended his hand, and the girl shook it. Please come in. From behind him, Hannah met Mary's gaze, her eyes wide. She fanned herself and mouthed, Wow. The girl spun around and went inside the house. Mary almost burst out laughing. Then she met Carlisle's gaze. Something intense seemed to flow between them. It set her heart racing. She wanted to slide her hand into his, But earlier reticence kept it at her side. They needed to talk first.
I appreciate your willingness to do all the extra driving, he said, waiting for Mary to step inside before closing the door. Shall we give Hannah a tour?
Something in his tone made Mary finish the sentence with, "of our home." Maybe, maybe not. Carlisle might only be 31, but losing Cressy had made him feel old. So very old, as though his life had ended with no possibility of ever feeling joy again. Had it not been for Grace and the need to care for her, he'd not have risen every morning. Mary had wakened him to life again. Then she'd pulled back. At first, he'd meant to accept her decision. Nia's prodding had changed it. The phone call he'd had with his uncle and grandfather a few hours ago had turned it around. Carlisle had done a quick search online for rings, but decided it might be presumptuous without discussing it with Mary first. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve and Grace's birthday. If everything went well, he'd have the best present for her. If he'd been reading Mary right. That accounted for the sense of satisfaction he felt when, with Mary at his side, they showed Hannah where to locate anything the girl might need. She asked smart questions, showing she'd be prepared to handle an emergency. Carlisle glanced at Mary, and he found her watching him. Something had changed in the way she was holding herself and the shine in her eyes. Was he imagining the hope there? A rush of adrenaline flooded through him. If not for the ball, he'd ask her. But responsibilities first. "You two have fun at the ball," Hannah said as they entered the entryway again. "I'm crossing my fingers for Cleo." "Bye, Mama," Alex called, but didn't glance up.
Bye.
Grace, her cheeks flushed, waved, and immediately went back to the toys she was playing with.
I'll take that as our cue, then,
Carlisle said and chuckled softly. Later, as they were driving to town, he asked,
"Who's Cleo?"
Mary told him about the Huckleberry Falls royalty pageant. "She's the nicest girl ever. I really hope she wins. They're making the announcement at the ball."
"What a perfect night for this,"
Carlisle said, glancing at lights as they approached the community center. Huckleberry Falls truly resembled a winter wonderland as snow fell amidst the colored lights. The forecast called for heavy snowfall later, but the main part of the storm wasn't due to reach until early the next day. They should have time to clear the roads for people needing to travel on Christmas Eve. "This is the culminating event of our Christmas season activities," Mary said as they entered the building. Her voice held an unexpected tightness which reminded him that the last time she had attended a Christmas ball in Huckleberry Falls, she had done so with her late husband. Carlisle helped her take off her white, full-length, faux fur coat and sucked in his breath. The deep wine color of the gown, along with the shimmer of the fabric, suited Mary's coloring perfectly.
"You look smashing."
"And who is this?" a familiar voice said from behind him. Carlisle turned to face Gretchen, her husband and mother. He put his left hand lightly on the small of Mary's back while extending his right hand.
"It's good to see you again, Philippe. And you're looking tidy as ever, Helen."
The older woman grinned and shot him a flirty glance as he kissed her hand. She looked at her daughter, and Gretchen said, "It means gorgeous to these Brits." Mary gave a soft gasp of recognition.
"I'd like to introduce you to my lady friend."
Carlisle pulled her a little closer.
"Mary Hurst. May I introduce you to Gretchen Blaze, also known as Gretchen Huntington, and her husband Philippe, and her mother Helen Lane."
"It's a pleasure to meet you." Mary shook their hands. "Is that a Linda Jackson gown?" Helen asked, eyeing Mary's dress. "Yes." Carlisle expected her to mention the family connection, When she didn't, he did.
Linda's her mother.
Is she? Helen asked with interest. She is truly a gifted designer. I keep telling her she should expand her market, but I confess I'm glad she hasn't. I don't have to compete for her time. You're sitting with us, Gretchen said.
Of course, Carlisle said with a chuckle. You're the one who made this a command performance.
Well, it's time to schmooze for a bit. It was lovely to meet you, Mary. Gretchen gave Carlisle a cheeky grin and said, I look forward to getting to know your lady friend better. The three of them began making their way through the growing crowd, often stopping to talk to people and even signing autographs. How did you meet Gretchen? Mary asked, glancing around the room and waving to someone she knew.
Through my late wife. Cressy's older sister and Gretchen went to school together, and she came to stay with them one summer. She and Cressy became best friends.
Gratitude swelled inside Carlisle.
Gretchen and Philippe got me through it. I don't know what I'd have done without them.
I understand that completely. My mother was my biggest support. She's so strong, and she'd lost her husband, too. Mary sighed. How could I give in to my loss when she provided me such a powerful example?
But you'd lost your father as well.
Carlisle moved his hand from her waist to her cheek, saying softly,
You amaze me.
Her gaze met his, and that sense of completion washed through him again. He almost kissed her right there in front of everyone, but someone jostled him from behind and reminded him where they were. He dropped his hand.
Oh, don't stop, young man,
an unfamiliar older woman cried from the side.
Kiss her senseless. She's needed a good kissing for a long time.
Mary's cheeks turned red, and she hissed, Stop it, Trish.
Well, if your young man isn't going to kiss you, Mary, introduce me to him.
The woman leaned closer and stage whispered, See, I was right again. He's the one I told you about. I told you he'd be perfect for you. Carlisle Wyndham, Mary said, mortified, I'd like to introduce you to Trish Johnson. She's one of my clients.
And a matchmaker, the woman said, grinning at him conspiratorially. I'm always right. Don't take too long, Mr. Wyndham. If you're not careful, someone else will snatch her up. Have fun, Trish, Mary said through gritted teeth. She took Carlisle's arm and practically dragged him away while he tried not to laugh. She's mentioned me to you? He asked when they reached a quieter spot. I don't recall having seen her before.
She's a lovely woman, but, as you heard, she considers herself a matchmaker. A few months ago, she mentioned she'd seen someone she thought was perfect for me. I had no idea who she was talking about, and I don't think I'd met you yet. Mary shook her head. She's been happily married herself 4 times, so she wants to share that with everybody she knows.
How can one be happily married 4 times? He asked.
She really was happy with each of her husbands, but they all passed away. My mom told me Trish's first husband died after 10 days. She said it was so sad. Trish took the longest to recover after that one. She was single 5 years before she remarried.
I cannot even imagine having to go through that multiple times. Once was devastating enough.
Carlisle had been watching Gretchen while she and her small party made the rounds. They'd reached a table near a podium, and Philippe was pulling out chairs for his wife and his mother-in-law. Carlisle said,
It appears to be time to take our seats.
It's going to be strange not to sit with my mother, Mary said, voice low, her eyes tight.
Are you all right?
It's only memories. I'll be fine. Carlisle had offered her his arm when her phone rang. I forgot to put it on vibrate, Mary muttered, fumbling with the side of her gown. She removed the device from a pocket. It's from Hannah. Mary put the phone to her ear. Are the children all right? A flash of alarm stabbed through him. Was the young woman experienced enough? Had it been a mistake to leave both children with her? "We'll be right there," Mary said, sounding worried.
What is it?
He asked when she ended the call. "Both of the children are vomiting. Alex did it first, but then Grace started. I can't imagine trying to comfort 2 sick children by myself."
I'll let Gretchen know.
Carlisle pulled out his phone and started texting. "I'll tell my mom, too." Mary retrieved hers as they hurried to the coat check. He let her step through the door first, but couldn't help glancing back at the beautifully decorated room. So much for holding Mary in his arms again and dancing with her. Chapter 16. Carlisle said nothing as they drove back to his house. His thoughts seemed to be as occupied with his sick daughter as Mary's were with Alex. The poor little kids. She hoped it wasn't anything serious. When Alex had been younger, he'd had a sensitive stomach and used to have a night of vomiting every month or 2. It hadn't happened in a year, and she'd thought he'd outgrown it. Mary pulled into the now snow-covered driveway and stopped in front of the house. It looked like the storm was moving along faster than the weather forecasters had expected. She lifted her long skirts and coat, but the snow leaking into her pumps made her wish she had on boots. It helped that Carlisle was by her side, helping her navigate the now inches-deep snow.
"I'm so sorry,"
Hannah called as soon as Carlisle opened the door.
"I didn't know what else to do but call."
When they entered the living room, they found her sitting in the middle of the couch with one child stretched out on each side of her. Their heads rested on her lap, each holding a small trash can. Both of their faces were flushed and they looked miserable.
"Oh, Papa,"
Grace said in a tremulous voice before she started to cry. Carlisle tossed off his overcoat and hurried to lift his daughter, while Mary did the same with Alex. He'd gotten so tall over the last few months that it was difficult for her to lift him easily. Hannah stood, looking unsure. "You did fine," Mary assured her. "Having 2 sick kids is above and beyond the call of duty for any babysitter, so don't you worry about it. But the snow's really coming down out there, so you'll want to get home soon. Is it okay to text you your money? I'll include a big tip, because you've earned it."
"Thank you, Mary. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Wyndham."
Hannah glanced at Carlisle, where he'd sat back on the sofa with Grace and was brushing back her damp curls.
"Sorry the kids got sick and ruined your night."
It wasn't your fault. Let me get your coat.
He started to rise, but Hannah held up a hand.
"No, I can find my way out."
"Oh, Hannah," Mary called out, "do you remember when they last threw up?"
"About 10 minutes ago."
"Thank you." Mary sank to the couch, suddenly exhausted. This was absolutely not the way she had expected to spend the evening. Alex's little body felt warm against her arms. She slid her hand up the back of his pajama top.
"Don't,"
he whined.
"Your hand's cold."
"Alex is feverish," she said softly to Carlisle. "Is Grace?"
Yes, she is. Grace, my love, I need to get the thermometer. Can you sit by Mary?
The sweet child shifted her position and rested her head in Mary's lap. Carlisle returned quickly with one of the handheld devices, similar to what her doctor used. He held it near his daughter's forehead, and it almost instantly vibrated.
Over 100. I must say it took some time to adjust to using Fahrenheit when we moved here.
He shifted the thermometer near Alex's forehead.
A tad higher still.
We'll need to watch it then in case it gets higher. They don't have chills.
It seems it could be a long night.
Carlisle glanced out the window and the now heavily falling snow.
I wouldn't advise you to take him home tonight in this weather. As you know, we have plenty of bedrooms, if you don't mind staying here.
Thank you. Mary couldn't help giving a dark chuckle. What a crazy night. We're all dressed up with nowhere to go.
You'll want to change in something more comfortable. Carlisle's expression turned thoughtful. The only clothing that will fit you are mine, and they would be quite large on you. Let me see what I can find. Are you all right with her?
I'm always all right with Grace. Mary didn't believe her feelings were only ones when she had compassion for a child. She loved this little girl. When Carlisle returned, he'd changed from his tux into flannel pajamas and a robe. He carried another pair of pajamas.
These have a drawstring at the waist, so I believe you should be able to keep them on.
Carlisle held them up, the corner of his mouth working. Well, thank you for that. Mary glanced down at the now sleeping children on her lap. If you'll set them on that chair, I'll change when I can move. Carlisle hesitated, looking like he wanted to say something, but he didn't. Instead, lifting his daughter's legs and sitting on the couch, he then settled them on his lap.
Would you like me to put on a movie or something? I had our belongings from storage delivered a few days ago. I know it's a little old-fashioned, but I have quite a DVD collection, or we can stream something if you prefer.
What kinds of movies do you like? You can learn a lot about a person by the kinds of movies they watch. Carlisle glanced at her.
And how do you know this?
I read an article about it. I'm sure there are differing opinions, but it was interesting.
So tell me what you learned.
Well, let me think. People who like comedy tend to be more open and creative.
What was their justification for that conclusion?
Carlisle leaned his head back against the couch. He turned his head toward her, his face relaxed, looking happy despite the sick child's legs on his lap. They said it was because humor tends to be more original and unpredictable. Humor is often used to challenge our thinking.
Fascinating. Tell me more.
People who are into horror films can be more contrary, and I think the article said they were more likely to be neurotic, though there was conflicting information about that one.
How is it you remember so much about this article?
Because we talked about it in the salon when business was slow. For a while, we were asking all of our clients about their movie preferences, and everyone was analyzing each other. Mary laughed softly. It kept us entertained for weeks.
I'm not much into horror films myself, but I do enjoy action movies,
Carlisle said.
What does that say about me?
Mary had to bite back a pleased smile. It means you're conscientious, hardworking, more likely to be emotionally stable, and more open.
Really? Did it say why?
He glanced at her again.
Not that I'm disappointed, mind you.
They said it comes from preferring familiarity. Action films have a certain predictability because of similar plot lines, but they also combine it with original content. Mary chuckled at the face he made. I know.
Tell me what your favorite movies are.
Carlisle surprised her by taking her hand. Her pulse sped up, and her mother's words came back to her. Mary had to work to keep her voice steady. No surprise for you there. I always look for the romance, even in an action movie. I've been like that since I was a little girl. The article said hardworking people favor romances, but so do more neurotic people. They find romance comforting because of the happily ever after. Mary let out a long breath. I think I like the happily ever after because sometimes real life is just so hard.
You don't find those to be unrealistic?
I don't think so. My life with Ray wasn't perfect, but life doesn't have to be perfect to be beautiful.
That's a lovely description. It was like that for Cressy and me. It's the very thing which gives me confidence to know I can love again.
Carlisle brought her hand to his lips and kissed her fingers.
I love you, Mary Hurst, and I'd like to discuss a compromise.
Her breathing couldn't keep up with her racing heart anymore, and she felt a little lightheaded. A part of her wanted to throw her arms around his neck, but another told her to run in fear. What if she got her hopes up? But they couldn't agree on what they could each live with or without. What are you thinking? Mary's words came out too soft, and she had to repeat herself.
I understand your desire to stay in Huckleberry Falls, to be near your mother. I believe you don't care for the lifestyle of the rich and famous.
One corner of his mouth quirked.
It's not something I'm particularly fond of myself, so we're of a mind there.
What about your responsibilities? She asked, her hands cold now, despite the warmth of his.
I've forced the issue of responsibility on both my uncle and my grandfather.
Mary straightened, but didn't let go of his hand, her tension easing a little. What did you do?
My uncle is perfectly capable of running his father's estate, but has refused to do it under my grandfather's oversight.
Carlisle heaved out a breath.
So I've been handling it.
I'm guessing your grandfather's a micromanager?
Very much so.
But you worked well with him? Mary watched him, pleased again at his patience.
I wouldn't put it that way, but it was easier for me because it wasn't my estate. I was essentially my grandfather's steward.
Mary thought for a second before saying anything. She wanted to know, and she ought to be able to talk to him about anything, if there was any hope for a future together. What did Cressy think of it?
She didn't like it, but set about to charm him.
Carlisle gave a sad smile.
She won his affections, but couldn't sway him from his decision.
And now? Mary asked. Carlisle shifted and met her gaze. The love in his eyes warmed her and pushed back the fear a little. Carlisle tried to put the depth of his love into his expression, to be as open as he possibly could. He then explained what he'd done, first with his uncle and then with his grandfather.
The old man blustered and raged. I told him the man who'd inherit was the obvious man for the job, that I had my own life to live and intended to do it. When I held firm, he finally agreed.
Carlisle brought her hand to his lips again.
The challenge comes in where he'll live. He and my uncle cannot reside in the same house.
Does the estate have a dowager house? She asked.
I like your thinking, but no. I believe I mentioned before that my grandfather owns a home in London. He's agreed to take up residence there.
London. Her voice had turned subdued. Is that the compromise you mentioned? You'll live in London?
No, not live, but visit periodically. I think he'd enjoy it there. I couldn't ask my grandfather to leave England for long periods of time, any more than you could ask your mother to uproot her business and move with us to London.
Carlisle cupped her cheek. Us? The word came out a whisper.
I love you. I want to marry you.
Carlisle wanted to pull her to him, to do what the woman Trish suggested, to kiss Mary senseless, or at least to calm her fears. However, she must make up her own mind. You've been married before, she said, seeming to choose her words carefully. So you know how hard it can be, even when two people share a lot of common interests.
Yes, that's true, but I'm not afraid of working hard, if that's what you're worried about.
It's your lifestyle that scares me. Her words came out in a rush, but she didn't pull away from him.
You keep saying that. My lifestyle. Yes, we participated in many social gatherings in support of my grandfather, but you make it sound like I'm a partier or a playboy. I'm neither. I never have been.
He moved his hand from Grace's sleeping shoulder to her curls.
But she is my lifestyle now. I'm a family man, and I'd like to make you and Alex a part of my family. I want you to be my partner in life.
Oh, Carlisle, you know how to say just the right things. Mary's words made his spirits lift with hope, but she continued. You sound so reasonable. But what about our life together here? What do you expect of me? Our life together. His heart beat even faster. She was at least considering it.
I expect you to do whatever you wish. You're in the process of becoming a partner in your salon, but you've said your friend Ellie will manage it. If you enjoy being a stylist, I imagine you would continue to do that, or anything else you'd like to do.
What about school for the kids? She asked, her voice heating up. He held up a finger, indicated the children, and she lowered her voice. I know private schools are a big deal in some circles. I'm not sending Alex off to one until he's old enough to decide he wants to go. And I'm not about to get a daughter just to send her away too. Carlisle had to bite back a smile. Did Mary realize she sounded like she'd made up her mind and was merely placing conditions? She met his gaze, but he forced himself not to interrupt. There's so much to decide. I've known enough people who've struggled through terrible marriages. I understand being twitterpated by a guy won't get you through the tough spots in a marriage.
Are you twitterpated by me? He asked, trying to lighten the mood.
Regularly, and you know it, but don't change the subject. Mary glanced away. Why was she still resisting? He could see she wanted this too. Frustration nearly overwhelmed him now. Carlisle shifted his daughter's legs and stood, finding he was a little stiff from having sat so long. He faced Mary to make it harder for her to look away.
So what are the facts? You're a hard worker. I'm a hard worker. You're a single parent who's centered your life around your son. I'm a single parent who's centered my life around my daughter. You're committed to stay in Huckleberry Falls to be a support to your mother. I mean to support you in that, as I hope you'll help me to look after my grandfather. I want a future with you.
Carlisle dropped to his knees in front of her and put a hand on each of the children's heads.
I love you, Mary. I trust that we'll work through any differences we have. More than anything, I want you and Alex to be my family. I suppose you must decide if you trust me to make a life together.
Tears glistened in her eyes, and he could see both the love and the worry in them. Then Alex shifted under his hand.
Are you going to be my daddy?
The little boy didn't wait for an answer, but rolled on his back to look up at his mother.
If Grace's papa is my papa, does that mean she'll be my sister?
Are you feeling better now? Mary asked her son.
I'm hungry.
But Alex wasn't about to let his mother divert him. He sat up and shook Grace's head.
My mom's gonna marry your dad.
I didn't say that, Mary argued.
Papa?
Carlisle's daughter reached out for him, and he picked her up, resigned to finish this negotiation later.
You don't feel as hot now.
He pushed her curls away from her forehead.
How's your tummy feeling?
I'm hungry.
Mary gave a soft laugh, and Carlisle met her gaze.
I love you,
he said.
I love you too.
She let out a breath.
Yes, I'll marry you.
Yay! Alex cried as Carlisle set a squealing Grace next to him. He pulled Mary to her feet.
Somehow it seems fitting this should happen with our children here.
While the little ones danced around them, he wrapped Mary in his arms and did his best to kiss her as senseless as she made him. Epilogue. 3 months later. Sweetheart, you look so beautiful, Linda Jackson said as she spread out the waist-length white veil.
No, Mother, you outdid yourself on this one.
Mary ran her fingers lightly over the intricate navy-colored appliques on the bodice. She loved how they flowed into the more transparent navy at the top of the skirt and into the white at the bottom of the gown. She'd designed the appliques, and her mother was now talking about having Mary create more. Since she was doing hair part-time, maybe she would. She liked the creative part of designing the artwork. Mary had wanted something different from the traditional white gown she'd worn when she married Ray, especially when Carlisle had told her Cressy had also worn white. Mary hadn't been able to bring herself to tell him she'd rather get married by the justice of the peace, wearing jeans. When she'd mentioned it to her mother, she'd almost come unglued. "Absolutely not. This is Carlisle's wedding, too," her mother had said, her tone almost angry. "Do you want him to think your marriage is little more than an afterthought?" "Of course not. Then let's show him how special you think he is and make your wedding dress a one-of-a-kind." Mary smiled. They'd succeeded, and she couldn't wait for Carlisle to see her in it. "Are you about ready?" Ellie called as she rapped on the door. "His lordship is seated." Mary let out a slow breath. She hadn't expected that both Carlisle's grandfather and his uncle would accept the invitation. The old man had tried to insist the wedding take place in England. Carlisle had finally convinced him that their acquaintances who truly wished to attend could afford the trip. Few of her friends and family members could. That was when the Earl had declared that he would fly to America to attend. He'd been staying at Carlisle's house for 2 weeks, and Mary was pretty sure the old man had a crush on her mother. He was also surprisingly entertained by the children and had offered to help Linda to watch them while Mary and Carlisle were on their honeymoon. "You can come in," she called to her friend. Ellie entered, carrying the bouquet of white flowers. She stopped, her mouth opening with a slow intake of breath. "Oh, my, Linda, you're going to have a lot of people wanting you to make that dress for them." She met Mary's gaze with a grin. "I totally cannot wait for Carlisle to see you in this. Here, your brother's waiting outside." Ellie handed over the flowers. Mary pressed her cheek to her mother's and went into the hallway at the community center. Chris's eyes widened and he blinked, but a teasing glint replaced the surprise. "Nice job, Mom. She doesn't look half bad." Looking serious, he held out his arm to Mary. "Thank you for letting me fill in for Dad." "Don't make me cry." Mary sniffed and slid her fingers around his arm. Her brother patted her hand, and they walked down the hallway. Nia must have signaled the ensemble because the haunting strains of The Secret Wedding from the movie Braveheart began. Mary and Carlisle had chosen the song together after watching the movie one night. The guests rose and turned to face the stairs, the large room decorated like a spring garden, even though there was still a little snow outside. She'd insisted, since they were getting married on the first day of spring, that it was fitting. Grace and Alex, dressed in white and navy, walked up the aisle holding hands. He carried a cushion with the rings, while she had a basket full of colorful petals hanging from her arm. Alex whispered something to her, but Grace shook her head. She needed 2 hands to throw the petals, and the sweet little girl must be too shy to let go of him to toss any. Mary looked ahead to see Carlisle's reaction. He wore a happy smile she'd become familiar with. He glanced up at her. His entire face lit up as his eyes ran the full length of her gown. Their gazes met. The love in his eyes there, directed at Mary, hit her heart so powerfully she had to tighten her grip on her brother's arm. "You okay?" he asked, concerned. "I've never been better." With Carlisle's gaze warming her, Mary stepped toward their future.
Thank you for listening to Mary and the Gentleman. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.
This has been Mary and the Gentleman, Huckleberry Falls Holiday Romances, Book 1, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2020 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.